Ivan. Sorry. What?
I will not go to bed!
You told me not to let you sleep.
25,000 viewers. Damn.
Where the fuck's the sound?
The only hallucinations I've really been getting, I see like little cats moving in and out, like around these corner curves, just like.
Does he have a seizure right now?
Just looks solid. Yeah, it feels like it.
Two things that always go hand in hand on the internet is fame and public humiliation. But sometimes there's a third factor, which is harming yourself for views. That could be doing something so stupid that you're basically shortening your lifespan. Now, I've talked about many examples of this. For example, Joshua Block, World of T-shirts, basically turning himself into an alcoholic, and he's stuck in this terrible cycle of he's actually an alcoholic, he can't stop now. But also the content, there's views, he gets money. If he stops doing that, if he cleans himself up, there'll be no Joshua Block for everyone to make fun of. And I really can't imagine a worse personal hell than that. So recently there was a guy staying up on stream without sleeping to beat the current world record, which is 11 days. Now, the concept for staying up for long periods of time on stream isn't really original. I mean, for example, loads of streamers actually make loads and loads of money by going to bed or pretending to go to bed and then basically keeping their text-to-speech on so people can do funny messages or they can do video donos. This has started from streamers like Ice Poseidon all the way up to more recent streamers like iShowSpeed. I mean, this isn't really surprising. We've had like films like The Truman Show, which if you look back on it now, The Truman Show, it basically is following someone 24/7 on Twitch. If you also go back and rewatch The Truman Show, which is a phenomenal film, by the way, you'll see that they keep doing these ad placements like every, 10 seconds or so, because obviously any camera you see isn't just us, the audience watching. It is the actual metaphorical audience that are watching it from home within the universe of the show. So they're being pumped full of ads, which is, again, the exact same as watching Twitch. This is why, like, I watch streamers on YouTube now and not Twitch, because I hate clicking on Twitch and then it's like, oh yeah, here's 3 unskippable 30-second ads. Great. Another great example is the Contestant film that came out in 2023, which is actually one of, surprisingly, one of Critical's most viewed videos covering the original game show. He made a video called The Most Evil Live Stream Ever, and based on that, not Critical's video, but based on what happened within the video, that was actually turned into a film. That entire live stream was about a guy called Nasubi, and he'd basically been completely isolated from society, stripped of any basic necessities, and he had to earn items by basically, competing in kinds of sweepstakes. It was really, really controversial, like even at the time, and the guy's basically talked about now like he's, some kind of survivor, because if anything, watching through that live stream and seeing that guy trapped, it really is like the same scene in Oldboy. Wait, did Parasitical just compare a Japanese game show and a Korean film? Oh my god, cancelled. Now again, the whole concept of doing a non-stop stream, like for example, a subathon, it's not exactly a new idea. It has been around for a while. I talked about earlier, you know, people sleep streaming, where they have donos and stuff, hopefully trying to wake them up. But subathons were basically when streams would go endlessly until the counter actually ran out. Ludwig was someone to break that world record for obtaining the most amount of subs possible, and then after that, that record was broken by Kai Cenat. But apparently, Emily CC at the minute holds the record for the longest subathon ever, that being over 1,000 days uninterrupted. So just to keep that in perspective, there is someone out there on Twitch that has been streaming for nearly 3 years straight. 1,000 days is 2.7 years. And then apart from that as well, you've got the kind of diet version, for example, streaming a game continuously until you beat it. You know, that usually falls into the realm of like speedrunning and stuff. There's even speedruns you can find online of people like baking cookies. But yeah, that is one of the few small benefits of living in current year. You can basically make anything into content. But you know what? Subathons, boring. Sleep streams, boring. You know why? Because you sleep. That sucks. What, you're getting like 8 hours of sleep? You're giving your brain nourishment. You're healing your skin, your body. Ew, that's cringe. I just want to stay up for 11 days straight. So let me introduce the protagonist of today's story, and that is Normie. Like, his name's Norm with an E on the end. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but I'm just going to say Normie.
Normie.
So this is an Aussie YouTuber who has over 1 million subs. And Australia being the place where everyone talks like this, they go, "Hi, Darren, I'm just going to go botlow. I need a bit of Scrumpy Jack, mate. Maybe a bit of JG. And then I want to go get some ciggies, mate. Oi, mate. And then I've got a lotto, mate. Get me numbers down for the bingo, mate." That is how every single Australian I know talks, and I won't hear otherwise. Oh, mate. You got siggy butt brain, mate. Siggy butt brain.
You got a siggy butt brain.
So Normie's
Bro, like, why are you taking this long, bro? Like,
content before this huge live streaming situation, which is probably what I'm going to title the video. He tended to do a lot of like variety content, basically throwing anything at the wall to see what stuck. It's always weird finding a YouTube channel and then clicking on most popular to see what actually made them famous in the first place. With Normie, it's this content where it's like Grubhub commercials, Morty from Rick and Morty eating a pickle, and then he sniffs a Coke, and then also rating emergency alarms from different countries, which is basically just a given for like scrolling on TikTok now. So he made like a lot of clickbaity content, which is, you know, I mean, that might as well not even say clickbaity. He basically made YouTube videos. I mean, you know, he without sin cast the first stone. I have definitely clickbaited many a time, but he took a bit of a break. But then recently, in the past couple of months, he came back and he actually started streaming again. So he wanted to break the world record for staying up on a stream, which is 265 hours. Like I've said loads of times, that is 11 days. Now, surprisingly, you're going to be really surprised by this one. Staying up for 11 days straight is very, very dangerous for you. Probably fatal. I mean, sleep is important.
listen, bro. If you stay 11 days without sleeping, bro, you are definitely gonna fuck up your brain cells. Like, that is without a doubt. You are going to fuck. Listen, bro. When I did that 7-hour stream at night, dog, I slept around 4 or 5. I woke up around 11, dog. I was feeling fucked up, dog. Now imagine not sleeping for 11 days. I never. I'd rather not, bro.
And if you don't get enough sleep, you can't think straight, you can't focus, you can't concentrate, your body literally decays. It's actually scary how this generation is really neglecting it, like myself included. Now, if you want to try and do what Normie did and make yourself the most famous person in the world for about 7 seconds, I would definitely recommend against it. Symptoms include drowsiness, becoming delusional, easily agitated, brain fog, increasing your risk for obesity, diabetes, depression, hypertension, cancer, and so on. So after all of these risks are being lined out, why do you think Normie still did it? For the content, boys! Way for the content! Now, the reason why Normie wanted to stay up for 265 hours is because there was a guy back in 1963 called Randy Gardner. And when he was 17 years old, he stayed up for 264.4 hours straight. And that's a record he broke from the previous holder, someone called Tom Rounds, who stayed up for 260 hours. Also, keep in mind, Randy, who up until this point was the current record holder, actually had a health professional and sleep researcher researcher on standby to support him. He wasn't just like raw dogging it the entire time. So since the beginning of this month, Normie has been, you know, trying to stay up for 11 days. And initially, no one actually gave him any kind of attention, mostly because a lot of people do actually attempt to do something so stupid, and then they kind of realize, no, I'm actually slowly myself. I'm not going to do that. I'm good. Earlier streams basically had him entering the first levels of sleep deprivation. This is like Dante's circles of hell. Like they just get deeper and deeper and deeper, and he became less and less functional as the days went on.
You are devils! This one are demons!
Now, due to a lot of people calling him out for being fake, because this is, to be fair, something that's very easy to be faked, he decided to keep all of his YouTube VODs up. If you stream for like an infinite amount of time, YouTube will archive the videos on demand every 12 hours. So all the Redditors could basically scrub through all the footage and try to find, you know, a kind of a gotcha moment. Like, does he have an identical twin? Does he have a paid actor? Is he actually sleeping? Now, his earlier VODs and streams, he does seem to be, you know, mostly functioning. He's obviously in the early stages of sleep deprivation. But once he hit the infamous 96-hour mark, which is the 4-day mark, things went really bad. Now, this is where you enter the flat-out danger zone. I'm pretty sure, you know, everyone's bragged about, oh, I had an all-nighter. I've been up 3 days on nothing but Monster Energy. Shut up. You've never done 4 days. Once you hit 4 days, that is the point of no return. This is where you can develop like deprivation psychosis, seeing things that aren't even there. Mostly because your brain has been deprived of so much sleep, you're just making up things that don't even exist. Your brain is distorted and nothing really seems real. You could say all in the head. Now, obviously, if Normie did go to sleep then, like everything would be fine, the brain would heal. It'd probably be a little bit messed up, maybe he shaved a couple months off his life, but you know, not too bad. But of course, that isn't content, is it? That isn't breaking the world record. So he decided to keep pushing. Now, Normie's stream didn't actually get that much attention until it was on the latter half. I think it was around day 9 out of 11. Sorry for the joke there, everyone in New York. That's when he started to get the most amount of attention. So it's obvious, like going through these stream clips, he needs to sleep like really, really bad. Like this isn't even funny anymore. Now, you know how I talked about those sleep professionals that would like monitor people to make sure that they're okay? Normie didn't have that. He basically had a bunch of people that came over to his house and like nudged him so he'd stay awake. Again, licensed professionals only. They'd nudge him with a broom. They'd splash water on his face. They even checked on a spider that he caught, which was named Mr. Beast.
Yes. We're gonna let Mr. Beast go at the end of the stream.
I like how content-brained it is. It's like anything to boost the algorithm. His mates also tried to get him to, you know, stand up, because I guess standing up is better than being sat down. He's got a bit more energy. The same reason why Markiplier, when he screams in all of his Let's Play videos, he's always stood up at his standing desk.
You're not supposed to be here.
And I'm gonna educate you, but only when you can figure out why I'm in a bathtub.
So this is where he starts to slur his words and just doing silly voices as he enters like more of a basically delusional state.
11 days
Are we
without
going
sleep.
to now 19 days? Oh, we can go shopping at Finn's.
I'm curious, guys. I'm curious, guys. What is the most amount of time that you guys have spent without sleeping? I'm actually quite curious. For me, bro, I'm so much of a sleeper, dog. Like I can't do more than like I can't do 2 days without sleeping, bro. Now, corner, for me to even do that 2 days, I need to at least take a 10-minute nap somewhere in between, dog, and come back to it. Then it's like, you know what I'm saying? But nah, dog, I can't, dog. I don't even do like I'm a lalas, dog. Like whereby people go out and they drink for like 3 days without sleep. I don't even do that type of shit, dog. I don't even do that, bro. So I'm actually quite curious, guys. What is the most amount of time that you guys have actually went without actually sleeping, bro?
You going to 19 days?
What's that
No. Are you, so when are you gonna quit?
He even tried to prove to people on Twitter that he could still read and comprehend things, even though this tweet is incredibly hard to read because of how many errors there are. I mean, just look at this, bro. This is Miss Lin formation. I reg anek my ability to read. At one point, even big streamers got involved, like Ludwig, who basically wanted to check up on the guy to make sure that he was okay.
Ludwig, stop watching Ludwig, come on us.
Ludwig viewers, you gotta quit that stream and
Stop watching him right now, he's before he mutes us, come watch our stream instead.
we got the
What is
real
this
stuff
Phineas
right
and
here,
Ferb
right
ass
here on the
relationship
Normie
going
channel.
on? Chill, Phineas. You're at 44K. Chill. You're good.
This is when Normie was peaking with around like 40,000 viewers or so. And the best thing is about it as well, like he has no care about his own safety. He's basically just asking Ludwig's viewers to come to his stream instead. Now, at around 5 p.m. BST, the axe finally came down and YouTube basically killed Normie's entire stream. Now, the reason behind the stream being banned was promoting basically self-harm calm, and the previous VODs that he'd been saving of his attempts had also been removed. Keep in mind his channel hasn't been fully banned. You can still access all of the other videos he's made, just not the actual live streams or the VODs of the, you know, the staying up streams. Now, I even tweeted about it with like email proof that YouTube took him down. Now, you think by now, okay, he didn't reach the world record, but you know what? It's fine. He got a lot of attention. He got some clickbaiting stuff. Maybe he becomes like a TikTok clip farmer like Aiden Ross or something. Everything in the world is good. Did Normie stop? Look how long the video is, bro. Look. You think he stopped there? Of course he didn't. So shortly after the YouTube stream was axed, he did what anyone else does. He goes to Kick. I love how Kick is just this refuge for like anyone that has basically been banned off of YouTube. So basically put on Twitter that he was streaming over on Kick now, as well as a Kermit the Frog plushie next to him for some reason. And then eventually, after that stream was up for about another hour, he then got banned again on Kick.
What?
Now, I almost feel bad for this guy because he was like around 7 to 9 hours from actually hitting the 265-hour mark, the world record. So after this, he's running out of options, right? Kick is where everyone goes that gets banned, but Kick banned me. So where do I go now? So then he basically started tweeting at Elon Musk, hoping that there's like some kind of outlet where he can stream the rest of this. Now, I have seen a couple of game theories going around that when he was on Kick, he actually deactivated his account. He didn't actually get banned. I'm not sure how true that is. When I went onto the guy's stream, when he actually moved over to Kick, he was averaging around like 4,000 viewers or something like that, which is obviously a huge dip from 40,000. So there could be a possible game theory out there that, you know, he wasn't pulling anywhere near the clout that he was on YouTube, and he thought, well, this sucks, I'm just staying up for nothing. So then planned the whole, you know, being banned as a way to then get more attention around it. But again, I have no proof of that. It is just like schizo game theories on Twitter. So an hour later, he tries another streaming website. Where'd you go if you're banned off Kick? You go to Rumble. And again, here, like the exact same thing is happening. He's struggling with basic human functions, like staying awake, standing up. And at one point, he even gets in the shower and he's like too exhausted to even use soap. And he basically just stood underwater for a few minutes. But eventually, he does it. He hits the milestone. He goes past 265 hours, and him and all of his mates celebrate. And they're basically mocking anyone that was trying to get the police called on them, saying it was like a human rights violation. Also, one thing that's kind of funny is he adjusted the goal. So it was originally 265 hours, but he adjusted it to 264 hours, 24 minutes to be able to beat Randy Gardner's goal, the original guy, because he was never going to make it to 265. Now, around the 261-hour mark, it does seem that Normie actually had the cops called on his place, because obviously at this guy's peak, he was averaging like 40,000 viewers. That's like what double Ludwig would get, who averages around like 20,000 viewers. And obviously, if you get such a huge influx of people to your channel, they're not going to be fans. Most of them are just going to want to mess with you to make their own content. Now, apparently, which was really surprising, this wasn't the first time the cops were actually called round to this guy's place. This is apparently the second time, and even an ambulance came to do like a, you know, a general wellness check on him.
What they've done is they've called in just like a bunch of fake complaints. They've made up stuff just to waste your time, waste everybody's time.
Yeah, it's just this is the second call we've had to the ambulance.
Bro, I'm tired.
You know, I'm sure that went
now,
great. It's like, mate, how you doing? You all right? You've been staying up for 260 hours, mate. Now, surprisingly, the cops don't actually tell him to stop streaming. They basically just wish him luck, and then Normie just keeps on going. And even in like a slightly wholesome moment, his mum even joined at one part of the stream.
I will turn the breaker off. No, you're not going. No, he's not going fast.
But after all that, finally, it's done. It's concluded. He did survive the entire staying up for 11 days stream. And now, hopefully, he's going to break the world record for the longest sleep stream. The weird thing is about this as well is this wasn't the first time he tried this. This was actually his second attempt before going viral. So he actually tried to beat this record in the previous month, but it fell short. And even though he didn't last as long as this time, it's still interesting, like all of that just got wiped from YouTube. I think the main concern about this, even if this guy Normie like basically says to people, you know, don't do this, it's really stupid, you are doing damage to your brain, to your body, just do not stay awake for 11 days. It's a very stupid idea. People will still do it. They saw the views that he got, they saw that clout, and we're now reaching a point where people will do more and more ridiculous things to get any kind of e-fame. I know I bring this up way too many times, but a great example of someone that is just so content-brained is Aiden Ross. You know, I've joked before saying that this guy will sniff Andrew Tate's seat. He will pretend to do cocaine off camera just so people like clip him and get him talking about it. Like, I feel that people now online are so much more content-brained than they were, you know, like 5, 7, 8 years ago. And it's not really surprising because content overall has moved to, it's basically more short-form content now. You know, people aren't watching incredibly long YouTube videos. They're watching watching TikToks, they're watching shorts. So you really need to be able to grab someone's attention. I mean, a good example, right, is I was playing the latest Five Nights at Freddy's game, Into the Pit, and there's a bit where I had to spam like E on my keyboard to get as many like points as possible, and I like clip farmed, right? I did a face where I was like, oh, you know, acting like I'm like whacking off or something, and that got shared, that got put all over Twitter. It's like one of my most viewed TikToks on my page right now. So yeah, it just shows like you have people that will just essentially make their entire career farming content. I think everyone does it, like every streamer, every YouTuber, they'll purposely set up a gag or a bit knowing it's like, oh, that's gonna get shared. But there's a difference between doing that occasionally and then that just being all you do. Like, you're built entirely off of clip farming. Now, the chat during Normie's stream was about as toxic as you could imagine. You know, half of the chat were basically screaming at him to go to sleep, or they'd say they'd call the authorities. And then at one point, they were even spamming, like, I see ants in your skin. It's really bizarre, but one thing I have noticed, like, if you exceed, like, let's say 20,000 viewers on a stream, usually the conversation on the stream kind of dies, right? Like, let's say if you're averaging around, like, 40 to 50,000 viewers a stream, someone like iShowSpeed, there will be no actual conversation in those streams because the chat just moves so quickly. So it's a bunch of people saying either W or L, or probably just something basically racist. But yeah, what's the moral of today's story? Please sleep 8 hours. Please do not stay up for 11.
Nah, bro, even if I wanted to do like that long ass stream, though, I wouldn't be able to do that. You know what though, I might do a 24-hour stream. Like, dog, I need to level up my streaming shit. The question is, if I do a 24-hour stream, how will I actually break it down to make each hour actually exciting, dog? Like, you know what I'm saying? How, like, do I actually, like, make the stream, like, more interesting if I do, like, a 24-hour stream, bro? But I could do it, bro. Like, I could do it easily. I just need to, like, brainstorm, like, okay, cool. We should do this and that and that, this and this and that, that, like, all in one day, bro. You know what I'm saying? I could do it. I could do it, guys. Like, y'all talking to the boy. Y'all talking to the goat, bro. Like, what's a 24-hour stream, though? I did the plug-a-thon, bro. Like, what's a 24-hour stream, bro? The longest I've ever streamed is, like, 7 hours, bro. That's, like, the longest I've ever streamed. I should, like, probably, like, make it, like 24. But then it's, like, if I do a 24-hour stream, I don't want to sleep. I want the actual stream to be, like, 24 hours very straight, dog. So I'm actually considering this. Like, I'm actually legit, like, considering a 24-hour stream, bro. I might do it. Nah, I'm gonna do it. So in order for me to do a 24-hour stream, this shit has to be, like, planned, bro. I'll be like, okay, oh, this time we're doing this and this, at this time we're doing this and that, this time we're doing this and that, you know what I'm saying? Then like, the stream's gonna make, like, more sense, you know what I'm saying? Shout out, y'all. Be sure to get themselves up, man. Dumb TikTok trends that kill people. Oh shit. Let's check that one out.
Okay, now I know I've been missing tons of uploads and stuff, but bear with me. The main reason being is because I've been moving into a new apartment, and moving is a pain in the ass. But on top of saying sorry, I actually also want to thank you guys because moving into a new apartment has only been possible because of you guys. All of this is possible because of the support that you guys have given me, which honestly I am extremely thankful for. Never did I think we would get this far, and I'm still trying to process all of it. But as corny as it sounds, I want to thank you guys because it genuinely means the world to me. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. So without further ado, let's cut the bullshit and get right into it. Now, when you hear the phrase TikTok trend, usually the first thing that comes to mind is some cringy dances and stupid challenges, which you're not wrong. But over the years, a lot of the TikTok challenges have gone from cringe to dangerous to death-defying. So what I'm gonna do today is talk about some of the TikTok trends that have gone so far as to cause irreversible injuries and death. Now, if you're a fan of this channel, you know that I have talked about this topic before, but most of the time when I try to do it, I always get age restricted restricted, so please forgive me if I start doing the Ray William Johnson TikTok logo by saying words like unalive. I'm just trying not to get censored. And also, I'm gonna be talking about a lot more trends that I've never talked about before in this video. So, let's get into it. Now, this first one isn't necessarily a trend, but it did inspire a lot of bullshit. Now, it all started when a girl named Tessia Brown posted a video on TikTok when, after she ran out of hairspray, she used Gorilla Glue spray into her hair. Now, for those not aware, Gorilla Glue is something you don't put in your hair because it's glue. So her hair became stuck to her scalp and unmovable. Her video got over 50 million views and everyone was hooked to her story. She became the biggest laughingstock all over social media, having SNL mention her in a skit and even Nicki Minaj mentioning her in a song. But at the same time, people were sympathetic and actually raising thousands of dollars for her on GoFundMe. She did go to the hospital to try to get the product removed from her hair, but it's not that simple. The nurses would try nail polish remover to get it off of her scalp, but it was no use. Now, eventually, a plastic surgeon did a hair surgery for her that usually would cost 12 grand, but did it for free because he felt bad for her. And again, this wasn't necessarily a trend, but it did inspire a lot of bullshit. Now, when the story went viral, a man from Louisiana thought that Tessia was lying entirely and tried it out for himself. But instead of putting Gorilla Glue on his hair, he put it on his lips, which is 1,000 times worse. And he had to go through this extremely painful procedure to get it removed. I don't know why he did it or why he thought she was lying, but he did. Another girl was jealous of the attention that Tessia got and decided to put Gorilla Glue in her hair as well. And just like how it was with Tessia, it also got stuck on her fucking scalp. She claimed that this was an accident, but it was very obviously a clout chase move. And at this point, hospitals just straight up denied her because this was getting ridiculous. Like, one time is understandable, second time is wild, but a third time, come the fuck on now. But a trend that unfortunately did get super popular was the teeth filing trend, where people would use a nail file to grind down their teeth. This was apparently to help fix certain ridges and overall just make your teeth look better, and it possibly also helped them be whiter. And it was also because it was cheaper than a dentist. And while this does sort of make them a little bit more aesthetic, it causes a lot more issues. It makes your teeth a lot more sensitive to hot or cold foods. It can alter your bite formation. You can get tooth decay or infection, and it also can cause extreme bleeding. And that's on top of possibly horrendously deforming your teeth. Teeth don't grow the same way that nails or hair do. So if you mess up your teeth, they don't just magically regrow. But believe me, soon enough, some of the people doing this trend did regret it.
Looking at it just is painful.
It was not painful when I did it, but as the days went on and I would drink cold drinks or ice cream, I felt a lot of sensitivity in my teeth.
So at least a lesson was learned. But this trend honestly looks intelligent compared to the DIY Vampire Fangs challenge. This kind of feels like a combination of the last two trends because people would super glue fangs onto their teeth. Some people would use other types of glue like nail glue, but regardless, equally dumb. And assuming you learned from the last trend, I don't think I need to tell you why this is stupid. This oddly enough did go viral around the exact same time as a teeth filing trend because people don't learn, and 2020 was such a weird time. But hilariously enough though, what actually went a lot more viral was the videos of them trying to take the fangs out after super gluing them in.
Well, fuck. Okay. Okay, oh my god.
But there also were a lot of stupid TikTok beauty hack trends that weren't just bad for your teeth. One of the dumbest by far was the erection cream trend, where beauty influencers would put erection cream on their lips to make them more plumpy. Now this all stems from a scene in the movie A Nice Girl Like You where one of the characters does this exact same thing and they get very big plumpy lips. Now a popular TikToker did try it out for himself and found out that it does indeed work because, well, it does. But also found out that it burns pretty fucking badly. The thing is, any dermatologist will tell you that erection cream does not belong here. That type of product is made for areas with pretty thick skin, and your lips do not have thick skin on them. The swelling is a result of irritation, which is why that product is made for certain areas. Because putting erection cream on your lips can cause heart problems, heart palpitations, headaches, drops in blood pressure, and other stuff too. And that's because it's made to be applied on an area that has a lot of blood pumping, hence why it goes on, you know, that certain area. But at least these beauty trends never caused anyone to go to the hospital, unlike the dry scoop challenge. This was a trend where people would just ingest a scoop of pre-work powder with no water or anything. And in case you guys don't know, pre-workout is basically an energy powder that is packed with caffeine that is made to take before you work out at the gym. And the way you're supposed to consume it is by pouring the powder into a glass of water, mixing it up, and then drinking it. And this trend probably seems familiar because it's heavily inspired by the cinnamon challenge that was super viral back in the early 2010s. This was when people would try to eat dry scoops of cinnamon powder without coughing. Almost no one was successful doing it, and the horrible failures made some pretty hilarious videos. That trend is not very safe either, but it's nothing compared to this one. These pre-workouts are not designed to raw dog. You should not be ingesting them like that. And doing this can cause heart issues, lung issues, seizures, and death. Now, OF influencer Brittany Portillo did this exact trend and had to go to the hospital right after, because when doing the trend, she had a heart attack.
Alright guys, so I had a heart attack, as most of you guys know, from taking this Redcon 1 Total War, and I dry scooped it, but I think even if I put it in water, I would have been asked out anyways.
She did make a full recovery, thankfully, but this was one of the few recorded cases of this challenge. Again, you're not supposed to be ingesting those types of chemicals like that. But when it comes to food challenges though, I think nothing really tops the cake with the NyQuil chicken challenge. This is easily one of the worst trends on TikTok because of just how ridiculous it is. Also known as the sleepy chicken challenge, it was a trend where people would basically cook chicken and NyQuil cough medicine. The appeal with this is that you were killing two birds with one stone because you were getting your medication in while also eating some good protein. And if this trend sounds so stupid that it sounds like a joke, well, that's actually how it started. Back in 2017, a Twitter user posted a picture of some chicken being cooked in cough medicine with the caption, "If she makes you NyQuil chicken, don't let her go." And obviously this was meant to be a joke because who the flying fuck would make that for their significant other? But somehow, some way, it resurfaced years later on TikTok and people took it seriously. I mean, for one, dangers aside, this just tastes fucking nasty. I mean, I don't know if you guys ever tried NyQuil before, but it tastes like dog doo-doo. And health-wise, this does the opposite for you too. For one, a lot of people who did this recipe don't really know the exact measurements, so they end up actually putting way too much cough medicine in there and technically overdosing. And if you guys have watched any drug program, then you know that's not safe. That could cause dizziness, hallucinations, liver problems, and seizures. But the danger isn't actually from eating it. No, it's actually from cooking it. When you cook cough medicine in that type of way, it releases certain gases that you are not supposed to be inhaling. And if you inhale them, that can cause a lot of issues. And that's basically what happened to someone. When a 61-year-old man tried to recreate this challenge, he actually had to go to the hospital and suffered from acute respiratory distress syndrome. And for those that don't know, it basically means that your lungs just stop working. And you kind of need those to breathe. The good news was that at least a lot of kids didn't do this trend, but that cannot be said about the squishy toy trend. This was a trend where people bought specific squish toys from a company called Nido, which were essentially these cube-shaped rubber toys with a certain specific filling in them. They would put these toys in the freezer and then in the microwave. And the purpose of this was to make the texture malleable. But these kind of toys are not meant to be microwaved, like at all. Freezing something like that and then putting it in the microwave can cause a lot of extreme pressure changes. And that's exactly what happened to a 7-year-old child who suffered extreme burns from doing this challenge. After she microwaved the toy, it exploded and the burning gel was all over her skin, which gave her severe permanent burns, which, as you can imagine, is pretty damn painful. But those weren't nearly as severe as the injuries caused by the milk crate trend. This was a trend where people basically made this podium made out of milk crates and they would try and get from one end to the other without falling or breaking the podium. Now, milk crates are not very sturdy. They're extremely wobbly and not made to be stepped on, which is why this trend is so damn difficult and dangerous. This trend was extremely popular back in 2021, getting millions upon millions of views. All the big influencers were doing it, but here's the thing. If you did the trend successfully, you were fine. But if you failed, well, they would suffer a lot of shit. This trend was a lot more dangerous than people thought. A ton of people had broken ribs, broken wrists, dislocated shoulders, and even concussions from doing this trend. It's estimated that nearly 30,000 people were injured from doing this fucking challenge. It got to the point where TikTok had to remove any hashtag involved with it and all of the videos. And if you thought this challenge was stupid, well, you're gonna love the dropping things on my foot challenge. challenge. From the name alone, I think you can tell where this is going. And it's exactly what it sounds like. People would take certain objects and drop them on their foot and then rate the pain scale from 0 to 10. And at first, it didn't really start off that bad. People would drop light objects like hairbrushes or toilet rolls, but then the idiots had to come in and do extremely unnecessary stuff like air fryers, chairs, and monitors. Now, it doesn't take a doctor to tell you why dropping heavy objects like that on your feet is not very smart, but one of the people who did this trend did break her foot. A 40-year-old woman was on a cruise with her cousin and did this trend after having a few drinky drinks. And at first she did simple things like a spoon and a doorstop that, you know, don't really hurt that much. But then she moved on to bigger objects like a standing fan and a fucking suitcase. Those things are pretty heavy. And immediately after dropping the suitcase, she broke her foot and had to get a cast over it. But hey, at least it was only a foot being broken, because the trust him trend could have resulted in your entire body being broken. The trust him trend was a trend where girls would stand in front of their boyfriend while they drove at them at full speed and trusted that they would stop in time to not hit them. This was meant to be a cute little trend to see just how much these girls trusted their boyfriends. And if the top redeeming quality about a guy is the fact that he wouldn't hit you with the car, then girl, you need to raise your standards. Now, the trend was done pretty safely by a lot of people, because if you watch the videos, you can see that they were not really driving that fast. Maybe like 10 miles per hour at most. But that wasn't everybody. I think you see where this is going. Australian TikToker Emily Webb did this trend not with her boyfriend, but with a guy friend. This guy did not stop in time and slammed into her pretty damn hard, at one point with her leg being stuck under the car, and it horrendously damaged her ankle. And she posted the video herself because she thought that it would still get like a ton of views. She said herself that she only posted because it was great content. I don't regret it, but I definitely do not want to get hit by a car again. I feel lucky that it wasn't a centimeter further. It could have been so much worse. I've learned I can't trust a man. Good to know that her main takeaway from this is that she can't trust men, and not to avoid doing really dumb, dangerous TikTok challenges. What a relief. But this next trend takes stupidity to a whole new level. Now, the penny challenge was a challenge where people would put a phone charger halfway into an outlet and then drop a penny onto the prongs. This would cause the charger to start short-circuiting and even start a fire. And you're probably thinking, wow, that's outrageously dangerous, and yes, it is. Which is why a bunch of kids did it. This wasn't like other trends where initially it started off silly and then maybe got a little bit more dangerous. No, this was dangerous as fuck the entire time. You have to understand that when even a charger is still even somewhat plugged in, there's still electricity coming through it. And when the penny touches the prongs, it starts conducting that electricity. This makes the penny heat up to hundreds of degrees in milliseconds, which causes the electricity to jump into the air and then cause a fucking fire. This trend caused so many fires to the point where the fucking fire marshal had to step in and tell kids not to do this shit. Safety tip, kids: sometimes old circuit breakers fail to trip and the wires in the wall will heat up to the point of setting your house on fire. As a licensed electrician, keep doing this, kids. Service calls from issues like this is easy money. 2 kids from Massachusetts who did this trend actually got arrested for it. Thankfully, they didn't cause a fire, but they damn near did. Both of them were arrested for attempted arson and malicious intent to property. Because even though it didn't cause a fire, the outlet did explode, which is like a best case scenario when you do this trend. Now, the cha-cha slide is easily one of the most head-slapping trends of all time. For this trend, people would drive in the car while playing the song Cha-Cha Slide. Whenever the song went to the left, they would swerve to the left direction, and whenever the song went to the right, they would swerve in the right direction. When the song went crisscross, they would jerk the wheel in both directions or just abruptly hit the brakes. I think you can all tell why this is dangerous, but just for shits and giggles, I'll explain it anyway. Swerving so hard on the road like this can be very dangerous because you can hit the other cars that are also driving nearby. You could also lose your control and possibly hit something and, you know, die. Thankfully, no one reportedly died from this trend, but there were a lot of accidents that did occur from it. But those injuries don't even remotely compare to the ones caused by the Skull Breaker challenge. The name of this alone already gives you a little bit of an idea of what it's like. This was a trend that involved 2 people tricking 1 person. 2 people would get 1 person to jump in the air with them at the same time, and then they would kick the legs underneath of that 3rd person, making them fall forward and hit their head on the ground. And now I think you see why it's called the Skull Breaker challenge. The problem with this trend is that people would do it on extremely hard floors. If they did this on a soft surface like a mattress or something, then it would be completely fine, but not on a hard floor. Such sudden force to your head is not safe. And a bunch of kids got serious injuries at best, and at worst got concussions. Several kids were reported to get concussions from this trend, including 1 kid from Cherry Hill who who also had seizures after he was the victim of this trend. The 2 kids that did this to him were actually arrested and charged. They were charged with 3rd-degree aggravated assault and 3rd-degree endangering an injured person. In the UK, a girl who was the victim of this trend broke 3 bones in her neck and a vertebrae. To this day, she is still crippled and her life is heavily affected from this trend. So far, these are only the trends that have put people in the hospital, but what about the ones that actually have caused death? Reminder, viewer discretion is advised, so tread carefully. I don't think there's a better way off to start this one than with the Benadryl challenge. For this challenge, people would take extremely high amounts of Benadryl, which is an allergy medication. People would take extremely high doses off of it to get very high, because apparently it would cause hallucinations. The problem with this? Well, taking high doses also can cause fucking death. In 2020, a kid from Oklahoma died after taking 14 Benadryl pills. TikTok banned the term from their app and banned any videos that were doing this at all. And this worked temporarily, but it only lasted so long before the trend randomly resurfaced. A couple years later, a 13-year-old died after doing this trend after taking 13 pills on camera. Literally right after he did the trend, he started convulsing and was sent to the ER. He suffered horrible brain damage and spent 6 days in mechanical ventilation before he passed away. So far, those are the only reported hospitalizations that came from it, but there were definitely a lot more. But this wasn't nearly as bad as the blackout challenge that so many kids did as well. Now, this trend essentially required people to themselves, essentially depriving themselves of oxygen. And if done a certain way, it would give a euphoric sensation, but if done wrong, well, it caused fucking death. Now, this actually has been around for quite a long time, ever since the 90s, and was deemed the choking game. Basically doing the exact same thing, but just not on TikTok. But again, it was extremely dangerous and has taken lives before. In fact, in 2008, the CDC discovered that around 82 kids have died between the years 1995 and 2007 from doing this game. All of them between the ages of 6 and 19, because that's really who was doing this challenge. Young kids that were trying to make their friends laugh. And for so many years, the CDC has been trying to warn people not to do this game and to try and prevent anyone from possibly recreating it, and for a while it did work. But then, somehow, someway, it made a comeback on TikTok. And tons of kids from the newer generation who had no idea about the dangers of this were now suddenly recreating it. Not a ton of kids did it, but there were shockingly a lot of deaths that stemmed from it. In fact, it's estimated that around 20 deaths total came from this trend. All of them young, naive kids. But some of the parents did fight back. The family of a 10-year-old girl from Pennsylvania who died from this trend sued TikTok. Now, originally when this case was presented, the judge actually dismissed it, citing Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, which is often used to protect internet companies from liability for things posted on their site. But then, that decision was actually appealed by a different judge, and currently is still continuing in the trial. 2 families from Texas did the exact same thing when an 8-year-old and a 9-year-old girl died from doing this trend. They accused TikTok of intentionally pushing this type of content into their kids' algorithm. But the biggest lawsuit that came from this was a family from the UK that sued for 4 kids dying from this trend. The families all came together and sued TikTok, deeming them as responsible. Whether you think TikTok themselves is directly responsible for these deaths is up to you, but one thing that's for certain is that kids definitely should not be allowed on these platforms, because they can see very, very stupid trends like the Angel of Death trend, because this trend was basically asking for some shit. Now, unlike all these other trends that were actually in America, this one oddly enough was in Indonesia. And for this trend, people would quite literally just stand in front of cars while traffic was going on, hoping that they would stop. This is like a much more dumb version of the trust him trend, but also like 1,000 times more dangerous. And if you need me to explain why jumping in front of ongoing traffic is dangerous, well, you're helpless. There's nothing that I can do or anyone can do. It's up to God at that point. There's so many deaths that have come from this challenge that I'm not even gonna bother listing them out. But the most dangerous trend on here that honestly I can't even actually talk about easily is the blue whale challenge. This trend is actually so fucked up and so out there that I can't even talk about it on this video. But maybe I'll talk about it another day. But so far, that's gonna wrap up the video. This is a little bit different than my...
It's crazy, bro. Hey guys, it's very cold, I won't lie.
C'est bon?
Ensuite, je regrette toutes les conséquences.
Next time, check the price on the app.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Yo, welcome back to Mental Groove. Thanks for hanging out today. We've got a Kevin Samuels clip on deck that I think is going to get us all thinking, and I'm looking forward to seeing how you feel about it. If you're into content that challenges the usual narratives, you're in the right place. Before we hit play, go ahead and like the video, subscribe if you're new, and let's dive in.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, how you doing, Mr. Samuels?
Hi, well, how old are you?
I'm 28.
What's your first name?
Oki. It's short for Okechukwu.
Okay, well, what are women getting wrong?
Women are, first of all, I just want to say I love your show. Been watching you since January, and you're doing God's work out here.
Appreciate it.
What women are doing wrong is I feel like a lot of women are impatient. So basically, women want a man to have it now. Women don't want to like wait or build with a man. They kind of just want the man to do all the hard work on his own, and then they kind of just want the benefits, you know. So I feel like if women can just kind of just be patient and like learn to build with a man.
What does be patient mean?
Being patient is basically, I think women should value a man off of potential. So like, let's say.
Hold on. I want to be clear. The women should value a man off of potential. How do you evaluate potential?
Like visual potential. So basically, let's say if a woman's dating a 5-star recruit high school basketball player, but he's not in the NBA yet.
Yeah, well, I don't care about all that. I talk about regular men.
Let's say she's dating the valedictorian for the high school, and he got a scholarship to Harvard, but he's not making money yet. Like, that's what I mean, like date on potential.
So,
and a lot of women,
if you were a father, you condone turning your daughter over to a man strictly on potential.
If it's valid potential, then yes.
No, potential is potential. You don't know if it's valid until it becomes outcome. Your baby girl that you've raised, you protected, you've kept chaste, you kept her off the stripper pole. You turn her over to a man based strictly on his potential.
Yes, if it's valid potential, then yes.
Again, so give us valid potential.
For example,
see what I mean is guys are we'll often say women need to be more patient. I agree. But when you say that they need to evaluate men off of potential, I'm listening. But you got to give some assurances. Potential offers no assurances. How do you say valid potential? Well, how do you validate something that comes with no assurances?
That's what I'm saying. Like, a high value man has to start out from somewhere. So women have to be able to see that before he becomes high value. And I feel if a lot of women did that, a lot of women can get these guys that they actually want instead of trying to get them when they're already high value and their standards are really high. I'll give you an example. With me, I'm 28. I'm in my last year of medical school. I'll be a physician, anesthesiologist next year. So a lot of women actually are valuing me because they see that, okay, he's in his last year of medical school. He has good board score. He's smart. So I can see that he's going to be a high value man. So
a high earning man.
Well,
I make a distinction between high value and high earning. Those aren't the same.
Okay.
Go ahead.
True.
Go ahead.
So the high value part can come. I understand. The six.
There are a lot of guys who make money who are not very valuable. But you're still saying that women should evaluate on the man of potential. Okay, but you got to give some parameters. All potential, because if you're familiar with the oil industry,
A little
Where,
bit.
okay, well, oil is found in certain places throughout the country. Just because you go drill for oil in Texas, because there's oil adjacent to the land, doesn't mean you're going to hit. But you still got to invest money. You got to be able to define potential. Okay, a guy who's going to medical school, going to become an anesthesiologist. All right, but that's a very small subset of men.
It is. So what about a woman that basically...
I'm not disagreeing with being more patient and evaluating on potential, but the problem I have with potential is women could easily flip it up and say, I'm 300 pounds, but I'm working out now. You should marry me on the potential that I'm going to lose weight.
Yeah, facts.
That is true, but it has to be valid potential. So I have to see her in the gym. I have to see her strict diet. I have to see... I'm not saying that I would date a woman like that, but I'm saying...
So are most okay, so if a man becomes a doctor, all right, that means he makes good money. What about the man he is, though? No, I mean, see, there's more to potential than just money. And see, what I'm trying to get you to understand is not trying to make every guy be you. You got to understand the market. How are you selling your potential? Because here's the problem I have with a lot of guys today. A lot of guys today think just because I make money, I should have all the options. Because I'm more educated, because I have these degrees, I should have all the options. That ain't how it works. You still got to sell yourself. I run into more upset, angry, frustrated guys who are STEM guys because they may be accomplished in their career fields, but they lack EQ, social skills, the ability to actually interact and get along in a social setting. But then they lament women, but they want women to pick them on their potential.
That's true. But
So just like women need to, so if you want women to be patient, fair, but I want you to ask about if this is your daughter, a man's potential, if he's a young man, yeah. So here's the thing. You're 60 years old, 55, 60 years old. Your daughter's coming to you as a grad.
Okay, now I know I've been missing tons of uploads and stuff, but bear with me. The main reason being is because I've been moving into a new apartment, and moving is a pain in the ass. But on top of saying sorry, I actually also want to thank you guys because moving into a new apartment has only been possible because of you guys. All of this is possible because of the support that you guys have given me, which...
Cause of the smallest broke, no way. No way, bro. No way, bro.
Because normally, when people say that they've suffered, some violence of some sort, they come out with those kind of receipts. You remember Jelly Baby posted? Of course. I think by her knee. Yeah. Bonang as well when she was beaten.
Yeah.
Rihanna as well when she was beaten as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I stay at home, bro. There's funny characters in the clubs, man. It's just weird people, man. I mean, last night I went out, right? And I don't even know what club it was, bro.
Yeah.
But this guy, what's his name, man? Devin Kogo's manager. He comes up to me and he's being all aggressive because I didn't know who he was. I'm like, dude, I don't know you, bro. It's like, yeah, I'm Devin Kogo's manager. You've spoken about me. I'm like, hey, dude, I don't remember any of that stuff, bro. But it was very weird.
Was he aggressive?
Yeah.
Like, is it how? Is it like, was he...
No, not physical.
Shaking you or...
No.
Yeah.
But he was just disappointed that I didn't know him. I'm like, hey, dude, I don't know you, bro.
So why should he be aggressive that you don't know him?
Bro, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just found that weird, man. Just like, this is why I stay at home, man.
No, man, not all clubs have a guy like that, you know. You must try go to different places.
Try other places.
You can't now say judge the whole nightlife scene because Devin Gogo's manager was getting frustrated you don't recognize him. No, man, go out, bro, have fun. Enjoy, man, you know. Yeah, no, that's weird, man.
It's
but
very weird,
you know, people are like that in the game, you know.
Yeah,
they
bro.
always think you're gonna know them and like sometimes for me I don't watch TV, right? At all. And so I don't know guys. And you can tell when somebody's like, hey, recognize me. You know, I'm like, Then I ask my guys, who's this?
Yeah.
You know, and they don't know. Sometimes I'm like, but I don't know him.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna pretend to know you because it'll backfire. Then I look like the idiot. You know? So it's like, bro.
Yeah.
People like take themselves too serious, man.
Nah.
It's okay if people don't know you, bro. In fact, you must walk around like nobody knows you. Yeah.
But maybe it's because you've maybe spoke about him and mentioned
I
a
don't
lot of
remember.
things.
I even told him, like, Piano Pulse talks about you.
They talk about Devin Gordon.
I don't think we've ever spoken about Kobe, bro.
Kobe?
Yeah, that's his name.
Oh.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Maybe we have, but it's so what? We don't need to remember you.
Yeah, there must have
we
been a
spoke about
story
you. So what?
around
Yeah,
it.
come on now.
Yeah, we're just commenting on a story.
What else you got, Coach Lady?
Okay, so there's another whole issue of an artist, Hulumendi, right? So he has come out and said this is spoken against Ukabza Dasmall.
Kabza?
Yes.
Our goat. Our goat.
Yeah, what does Kabza do now?
Yeah. So it's a whole thing about how he has been unfairly compensated because he used to be part of Piano Hub. He was
The
an
label,
artist, the label. He was an artist under that label, and so these are what he claims. He claims he alleges he contributed significantly to songwriting. And vocal work, but was never properly compensated. Alleges he contributed significantly to songwriting and vocal work.
And yes, dog, there's no matter pronunciation, bro. And I won't lie, that's why I'm laughing, because
but was never properly compensated. He further claimed he was expected to perform household duties. You guys can explain on that. While being ignored by the label's leadership. So Kabza the Small responded on Instagram with a pointed message saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you. When you were full, then turn right and expect a handout when you're starving again.
So is this Kabza's post?
Yeah, that's Kabza's post
on Instagram.
Okay, sent it to him.
People who blame others for their failures never overcome them. They simply move from problem to problem. To reach your potential, you must continue to improve yourself, and you can't do that if you don't take responsibility for your actions and learn from your mistakes.
Yeah.
So this is directed at the guy.
Yes.
Directed at the Hulumeni.
Yeah.
Okay, what is he? A vocalist, a producer? What is he?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out, like, what is he?
So he was he contributed to like vocal work. So he did work in terms of and songwriting. Yeah, songwriting as well.
Yeah, you see that the beauty of like artists leaving a label and saying they weren't properly compensated or they weren't treated well on the business side of things. Like Mahau Keys, for example, he's mentioned this, but with Mahau Keys, he had a whole long list of songs he's worked on. Abalele, Asibehe, so many songs. Even after he had left the label, songs he did with Bob Murder Bongs, what's that? All the big hits. But this guy is not mentioning any of the work he did. So you can say, oh, that's your pen. But that's your pen. Like, oh, that's you. But where's the music that he, like, shouldn't you be referencing music that he worked on? Like, or say, I had a whole album and maybe it didn't get released. Oh, my song was given to this guy, and this is the song. I mean, I hear that you were doing the household chores. Like, you know.
Yeah, what is household
while your career is sinking on
Yeah.
So my thing is, like, where's the work? Because we want to rally behind you, but where's the work? What? Did he mention the songs he did?
No, there's no
He just mentioned that he got bad treatment and now his career didn't work out.
Yeah.
Bro, and isn't it
Where's
funny?
the work?
Isn't it funny how when people make it, it's them. But when they don't, they always point fingers at other people why they didn't make it.
Yes, true.
But when you make it, you never say, no, I'm here because of XYZ.
Okay, okay, but truth is, guys like Stan now always say, hey, thanks to my father.
Yeah.
Because the guy is his dad, you know?
Yeah.
So the other guys...
Which is rare.
Yes. Super rare. So that's the thing, Hulumene, man. Where's the work, you know, to say, oh, you did this and you got cheated, you know? Because, I mean, all I'm picking up is disgruntled. The career never happened, and Piano Hub wasted his time. Then you must say if they wasted his time. Like, oh, I never got a chance to record music. I never got a chance to put out music. I was always there ready to record, and they wasted my time because they signed me, but they didn't release any of my work.
How come you've never started a label, bro?
Yo, it's too much, bro. Artists. No. I mean, there've been opportunities where guys want you to sign them, but that's literally you're taking somebody and they become your baby, and you need to push them and work and do everything. Nah, bro, it's too much.
Who could you have signed that we don't know?
No, I don't know anyone, bro. I've never been looking for somebody to sign, man.
Nah.
Nah.
Yeah, because I thought you were going to sign those guys that did Kabang.
Nah, it's too much work to own a label, bro. Nah, I'm good. Because of things like that as well, you know? And because now, you got to take these people and you carry their hopes, dreams in your hand and to make things happen. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So, did you guys cook with those Kabang guys? Or you just did one song?
Other songs as well, Caterpillar, but they're working and doing their own thing, man. You know, the song really did launch them and connected them to different artists, and they've been doing their own thing as well.
And the girl?
Been
I
about
like that
this
song
life, man.
with the girl.
My merchandise gonna be dropping soon,
No,
guys. Merchandise dropping soon, but this is like some of the pieces
girl,
I
man.
worked on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. She's around as well. She was signed to Lonely Nights. Yeah, she was signed to Patrick and the guys from England. We met them one way.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. Today we are going to react to another Kevin Samuels video. Before we get into it, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I'm going to save my commentary for the end of the video, so stay tuned for that.
I know these guys. Mike, what's going on?
That's why I titled this show, I know these guys.
What's going on, Mike?
What's going on?
What's going on, Mike? I mean, Mr. Samuel. I just needed some assistance with, like, you know, just how I carry myself overall and what I should do moving forward.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Are you in college?
I'm not in college at the moment. I just got a full-time position at Bank of America as a teller.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Are you actively dating?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you actively dating?
Not at the moment. I actually just got out of a relationship about 5 months ago.
All right. Are you still a virgin or not?
No, I'm not a virgin. I have 4 bodies on me.
What? Nah, bro, you can't. Nah, you can't make this shit up. He's just out, like he just like, nah, this guy's a virgin, dog. This ain't no. I got bodies on me.
Okay. 2 of them are prostitutes.
Well, still counts. So what do you mean about how you carry yourself, personally or professionally?
Kevin, this may be one of personally, professionally, and with women.
Well, professionally, you need to work your ass off. If you got a job at Bank of America, you don't have a college degree, you're going to need to gain as much experience and volunteer for as many shitty assignments and learn as much you can about the business. Your job between 20 and 30 is to keep your head down and learn as much as you can, 60 hours a week minimum. Okay? Now, as far...
Oh, like, that's another thing, dog. Like, I've been so busy streaming, dog, and I haven't had time to actually properly, like, set up a schedule, dog. Like, I'm setting a schedule, Pelamina, dog. I'm just going in the wind, bro. Like, I don't have a schedule, bro. Bro, like, I don't even have a schedule no more, bro. I don't even have a schedule no more.
Who it is you want to be, what it is you want to do. You're going to make a lot of errors. You got to try a lot of things to learn these things. Professionally, try to find a mentor inside of the organization. You know, if it's not your manager, maybe it's an older rep, someone who can take you under their wing and teach you the ropes. That'll work itself out. Personally, while you're out doing that, the main thing is, number one, make sure any interaction you have with women doesn't result in any kind of pregnancy. But at 20 years old, I would tell most of you 20-year-old guys to focus on your purpose and then having interactions with women, but not taking it too seriously. Do you want to get, at the end of the day, let's say when you're 40 years old, do you want to be married with children or something like that? What do you want 40-year-old you to look like?
Oh, I would love to have children. I'd love to have a beautiful wife that's also successful. And I'd also like to break this, cycle of poverty that I have within my family.
Okay, quite honestly, a beautiful wife who's successful. So you want your wife to work?
That would be ideal. But then again, as a man, you would want to be the provider. So if I could make enough to where she would, could stay at home with the kids, that would be great.
See, therein lies the rub. Those are two different women. Mm-hmm. So if you are not a college grad and you want a woman to be successful, most successful women went to college. Mm-hmm. Most women look at men to have at least what they have. So if you want a professional wife, you're going to have to become a professional man. That's just something to consider. But what I heard you say is you would love to have a beautiful wife and be successful and break the cycle of poverty. The best way you avoid helping poor people is don't become one. But what I'm kind of hearing in you is you want a woman. You want a woman now.
Yes, I do, 100%. Right.
What does your father have to say about this?
My father passed away when I was 12, and before that, he wasn't really in my life. He was, an alcoholic.
So like most of us single mother-raised boys, we always are looking to replace our love from our mothers. That is going to be a huge, huge blind spot for you.
Mm-hmm.
Huge blind spot because beta males, it's more of a beta tendency to long for the love of a good woman. Alpha males tend to want to just roam and do their things. But most guys are either stuck in the point to where they want either short-term or long-term monogamous relationships or committed relationships. I would suggest this. Do you have any good friends like your Rat Pack, guys that you trust their judgment as much as your own?
I have one or two.
You're going to need about 5. And every woman that you will consider making serious in your life, you need to run her through the gauntlet. And if anyone comes back with a ding on her whole facts, you do not take her seriously. That is until you develop the experience and the maturity to be able to pick well for yourself. Because as a single mother-led young man who's out there working, you are more than likely going to pick the wrong woman. And you're going to pick her and fall in love with it. Because you kind of come off as that guy who is, I'm looking for love, which is nothing wrong with that. But in today's environment, you need to get more than one opinion before a man as you commit until you can know that you can make the right choice. Did you break up with your ex or did she break up with you?
I broke up with her.
Why did you break up with her?
Well, one night when we were drinking, I had wound up picking up her phone and I used her.
So she cheated. So basically, yes. Okay. So
not sexually.
Doesn't matter. She didn't respect you.
So you did have the balls to walk away, but she had already ended the relationship. You just caught her before she was out the door. That means you chose wrong. Okay? Just take the lesson. You were able to walk away. Don't take her back. Don't talk to her. Leave her alone. She stays in the trash heap. But you picked wrong. Take the lesson. A lot of us who have been raised this way pick wrong. And often we get cheated on. How do you think you learn to become a better version, to get to a point to where I don't have these problems anymore? You become better at vetting. Make sense?
Yes.
Keep your head down. Stay on your purpose. Get a mentor at work. Work your ass off. Get a part-time job. Women are for fun. You don't need to be starting thinking about a woman until you're about 35. When you're 35, you go get your 23-year-old wife or 24-year-old wife. By that time, by that time, you'll have had enough industry experience, money, and you'll have a big enough disparity between your age to where she'll still look at you in a level of reverence and respect. Do not try to make a relationship with women your age. They will not look at you on the same level, especially if they have a college degree. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, it'd just be great to have somebody to talk to. It feels like I don't have anybody to vent to, no open ears. That's why I want a woman, somebody to confide in.
No. Oh, see, okay, I'm about to take my belt off. I'm about to whoop your ass now.
Please tear me apart, man.
Every woman is not your fucking mother. Your mother is the only woman you can talk to and vent to because she had you, she bore you. These other women don't owe you the love a mother owes you. Their love is conditional, and it should be. Women have hypergamy. Understand something. That fairy tale shit that's why you're imbalanced, because you don't have a dad and a mother. You want to talk to your friends. You need a mentor and a coach because daddy ain't there. But you don't talk to your woman. You want to lose a good woman? Go and talk to her about your problems. Go talk to her about shit that's going on. She'll be fucking your best friend by Saturday. Man, you better come on in. You want to keep a relationship going? You stay in the masculine role. You let your woman stay in the feminine role. She gets to vent and download to you. You go talk to the goddamn tree. You only cry in front of your woman when an immediate family member dies or when you break both arms. And then you can only cry for about 3 seconds. Man, the fuck up. Get off this Disney rom-com bullshit. That's what has most of us single mother raised boys fucked up blue pill beta male soy boys. You ain't got the nerve to be mad at women because we bitches. Nope. Become the man of your dreams before you find the woman of yours. Feel me?
That's gonna take some time.
That's why I say you got 15 years. The fuck you waiting for, man? You ain't even but 20, man. Do you realize I laugh at 20-year-olds, dude? 10 years ago, you was in the 4th grade. What you rushing to get to the end for? Life is long, bruh. Life is real long. But hey, don't take my advice. Go fall in love next week. Go out here and fuck around with a single mama and shoot your load up and give her a baby and then have that shit break up and be on child support. Then have to work 2 jobs because you can't afford to do nothing else. Then see what happened. I've already told you what to do. Take some time. You don't deserve a relationship at 20 years old because the real talk, you ain't got nothing. You can't provide for a woman. You can't provide for yourself. You got no money, no security, no insurance, no nothing. If you found the woman of your dreams, y'all got married next week. She got pregnant. Can you take care of a baby?
Yeah, potentially.
No, you can't. Not well.
Not well.
How much are you making at the bank?
I make about $1,000 every 2 weeks.
$24,000 a year. So you make $12 an hour.
17.
So, okay. That's great for a 20-year-old, but it ain't shit for a husband and a kid.
Uh-huh.
Broke as shit.
Yep.
That's why I mean you're not ready. You're not even emotionally ready. What you are you're trying to feel with a woman, what manhood and masculinity and purpose should feel for you. Women are add-ons to a man who's already living a fulfilled life. She's not there to be your purpose. Women don't like to be that for men. That's why they cheat on you. You put too much pressure on a woman when you try to make her your world. They're not built for this shit, man. So when you say I want a successful woman, that's why I stopped you. I was like, ooh. The reason you want a successful woman is because you ain't going out making plenty of money for yourself. Why don't you make that $200,000 for yourself and then have your woman stay at home?
Man, that's easier said than done. I don't know where to go.
Okay, how about this then? Keep going home and having your girl texting other motherfuckers. Was that easy? Was it easy? Picking up a phone, seeing what you saw?
Of course it wasn't easy. I had to sleep with her.
Then there you go.
Had to wake up and tell her to get the fuck out of my crib.
Well, yeah, you can tell that, but she's still. But the point is, you can talk tough like that.
She did what she did, though.
But you got to pick. You either put yourself in a position to be a man to where she would not even dare think about doing that because the consequences are too high. Man. She wouldn't want that to happen, or you become a beta male. And then take your shot. The rules haven't changed. It's just the way men look at the world are, especially you younger guys. But there you go, man. Hope that helps you out, man. I gotta run. This show's ran too long.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Samuels. I hope you have a great night. Thanks for everything.
No problem. Peace.
This conversation.
Nah, man, that's the legendary Kevin Samuels, man. That's the GOAT right there, bro. That's the GOAT right there, man. That's the GOAT right there. That's the GOAT right there. And the thing is, like, you would think that he's only like talking crazy to women, but nah, he talk crazy to everyone. He talk crazy to everyone. Even the guys wanna tell you everything. He's wanna tell you in that was a good type of shit. So now, though, respect to the great Kevin Samuels, man. Respect to him, man. Respect to the great Kevin Samuels, man. Stay on your purpose, my cheetah. Let's stay on this purpose shit, man. There's too much money to get, man. There's too much money to get. It's too much money to get, Baba. It's too much money to get. Okay, what's this?
Never heard of the show 1,000 Ways to Die? Yeah. Well, if you take a look at our 300,000 years of history, you'll soon come to realize that 1,000 isn't nowhere close to cutting it. Try more like 1,000,000, if even that's enough. And through the ages, people have had to endure some pretty painful demises, some of which were definitely worse than others. But thankfully, thanks to technology and general progress, horrific endings are becoming less common than they used to be, especially because of just how tough ancient Earth was compared to now. And we can only guess what kind of bowl our ancestors had to go through. But once in a while, we don't have to, as occasionally, researchers will get really lucky at the expense of a seriously unfortunate individual, and we get to see firsthand some of the catastrophic injuries that ancient people had to endure, and sometimes even survived. But the first case definitely wasn't a survive kind of situation, and unfortunately is a mode of death still within the realm of possibility, as it was a shark attack. But not just any old shark attack, but rather the first conclusive one recorded in history. An achievement that certainly nobody wants to have, but nonetheless goes to a 3,400-year-old hunter-gatherer from Japan, simply dubbed Tsukumo 24. The discovery was made in 2021 off the coast of the Seto Inland Sea, where researchers located a male human skeleton in really rough condition, being absolutely covered in lacerations that spread across his arms, chest, abdomen, and hands. Originally, researchers were quite horrified and confused, as they were so deep that they marked bone, and matched what was seen in wounds caused by metal weapons, not animals or non-metal tools like a stone knife. What's more is that they weren't just looking at a few cuts, and not even a dozen or two, but instead over 500, 790 to be precise.
No, this is not the content, y'all. Shout out y'all, be sure to get themselves up. just commented, bro. What you mean, dog? You just commented. You didn't comment, like legit. You just commented. What?
You okay? You okay?
Shout out Adam Vlogs, dog. You just arrived, dog.
24 incidents, 7 levels. I've spent hours compiling the most disturbing footage ever caught on camera. We'll start with the unsettling and descend into cases so haunting they're impossible to forget. So let's begin at the tip of this iceberg. Level 1, the broken chain. The swing at Sulat Canyon in Dagestan had been operating for tourists without issue, but during one ride, a catastrophic failure occurred. 2 women were on the bench-like swing perched at the edge of the 6,300-foot canyon. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air. One of the supporting chains had snapped, causing the entire seat to tip violently.
Bro, like...
to one side and instantly throwing both women over the cliff edge. Their screams could be heard as they were flung into the open air, seemingly headed for a deadly plunge into the canyon below. However, instead of falling all the way down, they landed on a narrow wooden platform just beyond the cliff edge. It broke their fall and left them with only bruises and scratches. Shocked, family members who had been watching nearby immediately rushed to drag them back to safety, still in disbelief that they'd survived. The Ministry of Tourism in Dagestan quickly issued a statement confirming that the swing failed to meet official safety standards. As a result, law enforcement launched an investigation into the safety failures and the operators of the attraction. The swing was immediately shut down and banned by police, and authorities began targeting similar canyon swings across the region for removal to prevent another incident. Camera still rolling. A Mississippi man started recording from inside his Tylertown home on March 15th, 2025. He wasn't ready for what the camera would capture. The man was filming from inside his house as dark clouds gathered outside. But within moments, the wind suddenly intensified to a deafening roar. Before the man could react, the tornado slammed into the structure with violent force, shaking the walls and sending debris flying as it tore through the property.
That's a tornado.
As the storm passed, the video revealed the destruction left on his property. The tornado was part of a long-track EF4 system that traveled from Kentwood, Louisiana to Carson, Mississippi, reaching estimated winds of up to 170 miles per hour near Tylertown. The storm destroyed homes and left widespread damage across Walthall County. That footage became a stark example of what not to do during a tornado, as the man filmed from inside his home rather than taking cover. Thankfully, he walked away unharmed, and the video was replayed across news outlets as one of the most chilling recordings from the March 15th outbreak. Buried in plain sight. On February 18th, 2026, 2 skiers were making their way down the mountain at Palisades, Tahoe when they spotted something unusual sticking out of the deep powder. When they got closer, they realized the ski tips were attached to a person who was buried completely upside down underneath. Their head and entire body were submerged under at least 4 to 6 feet of snow. With no time to waste, the 2 skiers frantically dug to uncover the man's head first. As they cleared away layers of snow, one rescuer used his finger to unclog the man's mouth and airway, packed with snow. The moment they cleared enough space, the man let out a massive gasp for air.
You okay? You okay? You okay? Hold on for a second.
The incident happened in bottomless powder, where the more the man struggled, the deeper he sank into the snow. Other skiers had passed right by without noticing him because only the ski tips were visible above the surface. Once freed, the man stood on his own and immediately asked the rescuers to help him find his wife down the mountain. He was in shock but conscious, and after hugging his saviors, he skied away under his own power without reporting the incident to ski patrol. Meanwhile, the rescuers were later identified as Carson Schmidt and Eric Masuda. They said the man's skin had turned purplish blue from oxygen deprivation by the time they uncovered
Shout out
him.
Phantom C.
Yeah, I don't know if the video shows it that clearly either, but the shade of his face was like a purplish blue. Like he was definitely running out of oxygen.
The man also told them it was the most scared he'd ever been, but never gave his full name and disappeared to go find his wife. The video went viral online with Schmidt and Masuda emphasizing the need to ski with a partner and carry proper safety equipment. Level 2, no way down. Residents in Cairo's Basatine area looked up to see a man dangling from the outside of their 10-story building on February 24th, 2026. The footage shows the man clinging to the exterior of the building on the 10th floor, where he had just been caught trying to rob an apartment. Once residents spotted him, he immediately jumped down to the floor below, landing hard on an air conditioning unit before starting to climb downward while searching desperately for an open window to escape through. His legs dangled as he gripped the AC units, moving from one floor to the next while the crowd below watched in horror. At some point, the owner of an apartment one floor below opened his window and invited the man inside to avoid risking his life. But instead of accepting, the thief panicked and kept climbing down. Other neighbors started doing the same thing, opening their windows and inviting him inside because they were afraid he might fall. Some even promised they wouldn't call the police, but he refused every offer and continued his descent. By the time he reached the 5th floor, he was visibly exhausted and hung there for several moments before jumping down to a lower construction area. Once he landed, he immediately started searching for a way to escape. However, there was none. He was completely stuck with no exit, and upon realizing it, he began to cry. Moments later, police arrived and arrested him at the scene. Later on, the man confessed that he had climbed the building with the intention of committing theft. Meanwhile, Egypt's Ministry of Interior released a statement confirming the details of the viral video and that the public prosecution had taken over the investigation. Blinded by sunlight. Officers respond to crashes all the time, but on Route 30 in Duane, New York, the trooper handling the scene became the victim. The officer, known as Trooper Bailey Martin, was standing outside her patrol car on the shoulder speaking with another officer. Suddenly, a gray Dodge Durango came barreling toward the intersection. Instead of slowing down at the stop sign, it plowed straight through. The car slammed directly into Martin and knocked her to the ground before crashing into her unoccupied patrol vehicle. The force was powerful enough to heavily damage the car, leaving twisted metal where it had been parked just moments before. Body cam footage captured the entire impact, showing Martin struggling to get back on her feet while her fellow officer rushed over to help. The SUV's occupants climbed out of the vehicle moments later, visibly shaken by what had just happened. Both patrol vehicles had been parked on the shoulder with their emergency lights flashing. They should have been clearly visible to anyone approaching the intersection. However, the driver, who was later identified as 21-year-old Colin Wannett, told investigators that the sun's glare had impaired his vision, and this caused him to miss the stop sign entirely. Meanwhile, Martin was transported to a nearby medical center with non-life-threatening injuries, but was medically cleared and returned to full duty shortly after. The 4 occupants of the SUV also sustained minor injuries, but declined further treatment at the scene. Running them down. A red passenger bus was traveling through Jalisco when a suspicious white pickup truck suddenly overtook it. The pickup came to a complete stop ahead, blocking the lane, and armed men began stepping out of the truck. The driver had only seconds to react before reaching the bus, so he swerved around the stopped vehicle. And as he passed, the bus rammed directly into the truck, hitting it hard enough to send it off the road. In response, the armed men abandoned their ambush and fled on foot, leaving the bus free to escape with all the passengers unharmed. The incident happened on February 22nd, 2026, during a wave of violent cartel roadblocks across Jalisco in response to the killing of cartel leader El Mencho. Cartel members were blocking highways, burning vehicles, and building flaming barricades in retaliation for a major security operation. Multiple buses had already been torched that afternoon across several states, turning passenger vehicles into roadblocks. Drone footage from that same day shows charred buses stranded on bridges and highways, revealing exactly what would have happened if the driver had hesitated. Luckily, the quick decision to ram through the ambush was the only reason the red bus didn't end up as another burned out shell on the side of the road. Caught on live stream. In August 2016, a Facebook live stream from a Hazelhurst hotel room started spreading across social media. A man walked into a hotel room only to find his girlfriend with another man. This led him to pull out his phone and start recording live. The confrontation quickly escalated as he accused them both of betraying him, but the other man didn't back down. Instead, he started taunting his boyfriend, and the situation grew more tense. At one point, the boyfriend noticed that the other man had a pistol and mocked him for it, saying he didn't care about the weapon at all. Well, the argument continued to spiral as the boyfriend kept on confronting the cheater, which only made the cheating man angrier. The taunting reached a breaking point when the boyfriend dismissed the gun one more time and even dared him to pull the trigger. Moments later, a loud bang echoed through the live stream. The cheating man had pulled the trigger, hitting the boyfriend in the thigh. Police officers responded to the Hazelhurst Hotel around 7:30 that morning after receiving reports of a shooting. When they got there, they found the pistol used and took it into evidence. As for the victim, he had already been transported to a local hospital by private vehicle before being airlifted to the University of Mississippi Medical Center in stable condition. Meanwhile, the culprit didn't run. Instead, he turned himself in at the Hazelhurst Police Department shortly after the incident. Authorities identified him as Daniel Jackson from Brookhaven. He was charged with aggravated assault and held at the Copiah County Detention Center on a $10,000 bond. Later, the Hazelhurst police chief commented on how unusual it was to have such clear footage of a crime. He said that citizens had contacted him about the video and he initially didn't believe it was real because it's rare to have footage that shows exactly what happened in a case like this. Level 3. The perfect shot. All this tourist wanted to do was get the perfect shot with a wild elephant, but he ended up fighting for his life instead. The incident occurred on the national highway cutting through Bandipur Tiger Reserve in Karnataka, India. A man stepped out of his vehicle and walked toward the elephant that had stopped by the roadside. But as he pulled out his phone to take photographs, the elephant suddenly turned and charged straight at him. He immediately tried to run, but the animal closed the distance in seconds and knocked him to the ground before he could escape. The elephant then began stomping on him repeatedly. It pinned him under its foot as he lay motionless on the pavement. After several brutal strikes, the elephant finally backed away. This allowed him to scramble to his feet and stumble towards safety. Immediately after the attack, the man was rushed to the hospital for treatment of his injuries from the stomping. Thankfully, the injuries were not severe and he was discharged that same day. Forest officials later tracked him down and identified him as R. Basavaraj. They fined him 25,000 rupees for violating the reserve rules. Beyond that, they ordered him to record a video confession acknowledging his actions and admitting he had no knowledge of wildlife safety protocols. At the end of it all, the Forest Department stated that reckless stunts like this endanger human lives and provoke dangerous animal behavior. The uninvited guest. A party hall in Carapicuíba, Sao Paulo, was packed with guests on May 31st, 2025. The celebration was about to be interrupted in the most violent way possible. A video recording showed a city bus driving erratically through the streets, sending passerbys running for their lives. Police vehicles could be heard chasing close behind him with sirens blaring. However, the driver didn't slow down. Moments later, he slammed into a building multiple times with full force before driving off. But the interesting part was that this wasn't an accident. Apparently, the driver, a 35-year-old man, had seen his wife at a party in that building earlier that day. He wasn't too happy with it, so he and his wife got into a heated argument. As a result, he decided to steal a bus from the local bus company where he used to work and drive it back to the venue to crash her celebration. The police spotted him speeding through the city streets and attempted to pull him over, but he ignored all orders to stop. This forced the officers into a high-speed pursuit through residential areas as he headed straight for the party hall. Before making the final impact on the building, he struck a parked car in front of the venue, then reversed and hit a pole. After the collision, police surrounded the scene and negotiated with the man until he surrendered. Thankfully, despite the violent crash and extensive property damage, no one was injured in the incident. The military police then detained him on the spot, and officials described the case as an isolated episode.
And while we climb this mountain, I want to tell you guys about Shopify, a platform that makes starting a business incredibly easy.
I do like Mr. Beast.
No way down. It started like just another work day for a utility worker in Baton Rouge, but it didn't end that way. The worker was elevated high above the street in his bucket truck, performing routine utility duties. Suddenly, the platform beneath him erupted in flames. The fire spread quickly across the bucket, which left him suspended dozens of feet in the air with no way down. He clung desperately to the burning platform by his safety harness as the flames grew around him, and this caused him to dangle helplessly while the fire engulfed the entire structure. Coworkers on the ground rushed toward the truck in a panic, trying to figure out how to help, but there was no immediate way to bring him down safely. So the worker remained trapped in the flames as the fire continued to spread across the bucket. Moments later, the harness began to burn through, so he fell to the ground where another fire was burning below. Immediately, his coworkers rushed to extinguish the fire, but he had already sustained major injuries and had to be rushed to the hospital. Later, his family launched a GoFundMe to help cover medical costs and support his recovery, as the fall had left him with severe physical trauma. Ultimately, the worker survived the fall, but the mental toll of being trapped in flames dozens of feet above the ground would likely stay with him for years. Highway standstill. Drivers on Highway 613 near Lecce, Italy, thought they were stuck in normal traffic on February 9th, 2026. But what was blocking the road ahead was far from ordinary. Eyewitness footage from a trapped driver shows masked armed men surrounding an armored security van on the highway. Within seconds, a massive explosion ripped through the air as the gang detonated explosives on the back of the van, blowing the doors completely off. The force sent the suspects ducking behind nearby cars for cover, but moments later, some of them rushed toward the van attempting to grab whatever was inside. Meanwhile, the others kept firing to keep anyone from interfering.
That's crazy, dog.
The footage then shows the masked men setting surrounding vehicles on fire, creating a wall of flames that blocked any escape routes. This meant everyone on that stretch of highway was now trapped in the middle of what looked like a military-style operation. The suspects had used fake police vehicles to block the road and force the van to stop without raising suspicion, leaving the crew inside with no choice but to pull over. As traffic piled up behind them, masked gunmen emerged from parked cars and moved toward the van. Now, it turned out the van belonged to Battistoli Security Company and was transporting cash, making it a high-value target. But what the gang didn't know was that the moment the doors were breached, a remote security system called Spumablock activated. It released a special foam inside that made it impossible to access any of the money. Shortly after the incident, Carabinieri officers arrived, leading to a violent confrontation with the gang that left one officer injured. The suspects quickly realized their plan had failed and fled the scene. But hours later, the police arrested two men, a 38-year-old and a 61-year-old, both from the Foggia province, as they attempted to escape through the North Salento area. They now face multiple charges while the search for the remaining 6 accomplices continues. Meanwhile, the van crew survived completely unharmed, which officials described as a miracle. In the end, Battistoli noted this was the 14th attack on their company in just 2 years. The incidents so far were difficult to watch, but in the next levels, survival isn't guaranteed. So
with Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website. Page.
Subscribe, and let's continue. Level 4, End of Rope. A bystander had been live streaming climbers on Yosemite's El Capitan for several days when thousands on TikTok watched something horrifying in real time. The climber had just finished the final pitch of the Sea of Dreams route. It's one of El Capitan's most grueling big wall climbs that takes days to complete. He was near the top of the massive rock face and was rappelling down when he suddenly dropped off the wall. Viewers watched him plummet about 2,400 feet before he disappeared from view. It turned out that while he was cleaning gear and getting ready to descend, his haul bag got stuck on the wall below him, so he tried to rappel back down to free it. But after what was probably an exhausting multi-day climb, he reached the very end of his rope without realizing it and rappelled straight off the end. He was later identified as Balin Miller, a 23-year-old from Alaska who'd been making a name for himself in the climbing world. Unfortunately, he lost his life from the impact. His mother later spoke publicly about losing her son, breaking down as she described the pain of losing his life right after what should have been a huge achievement.
That's sad, bro.
3, 2, 1. In Pattaya, Thailand, a base jumper stood on the rooftop of a 29-story apartment building, smiling at the camera as his friends filmed him preparing for the jump. He counted down confidently, 3, 2, 1, see ya, and leapt off the edge. But little did anyone know.
So you're legit jumping to your own peril, gang. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy.
That was the last time he would be seen alive.
3, 2, 1, see ya!
It turned out that as he jumped, his parachute never deployed. As a result, he crashed through a tree before hitting the pavement below. A security guard working nearby said he heard what sounded like a branch snapping. He had no idea it was a human being hitting the ground. It was a woman's loud scream that alerted him to the horror that had occurred. Shortly after, emergency services arrived and declared the jumper dead at the scene. He was later identified as 33-year-old Nati Odinson from Cambridgeshire. The man was an experienced base jumper who had completed around 5,000 jumps throughout his career. He'd even jumped off that same building multiple times before, but this time, things didn't go as planned. Meanwhile, forensics officers found his blue parachute lying unopened on the ground. And when they examined it, they found that the mini pilot chute had been caught in the jumper's harness. It routed through his right leg strap, so there was no chance it would deploy properly. This was the kind of error a buddy check system would have caught, but Odinson had prepared alone while his friend only filmed. His brother later stated that the mistake was simple, yet proved fatal. Despite years of experience, one unchecked piece of equipment turned a confident countdown into a catastrophic failure. Over the barrier. On a Sunday morning at Parcaruda Câmara Zoo in João Pessoa, Brazil, visitors witnessed something that defied all logic. Footage captured at the scene shows someone lowering himself into the lion habitat by shimmying down a tree stem inside the enclosure.
What the fuck?
He moved slowly as horrified onlookers realized what was unfolding. The descent took time so everyone could see where this was heading, but couldn't do anything to stop it. As he gradually reached the ground, the lioness immediately charged. She dragged him down and attacked him in full view of the crowd. He briefly tried to escape and run, but she pulled him back and attacked again behind a wall, leaving him with deadly injuries. The video doesn't show how he initially got past the barriers or why no one noticed and stopped him earlier, leaving those questions unanswered. The zoo was immediately closed and remained shut while an investigation into the incident was open. The man was later identified as 19-year-old Gerson de Meo Machado,
19.
who had a documented history of schizophrenia and developmental issues. Authorities revealed he had the mental capacity of a young child and had long expressed dreams of working with big cats in Africa. And this wasn't the first time his obsession with lions had drawn attention. He had previously tried to stow away on a plane to reach Africa and was known to local authorities for other minor offenses. Unfortunately, Gerson lost his life at the scene of the attack. Meanwhile, the lioness, known as Leona, was immediately evaluated and returned to her pen, where she was placed under continuous observation. The zoo official stated she was stressed and in shock, but healthy. They also confirmed she would not be euthanized since she had not exhibited aggressive behavior outside this incident. The zoo was reopened to the public 18 days later after the investigations were completed.
Dance 2.0 is now on Artlist, and you can get precisely what you want.
I'll take a robbery with a fight scene on the side.
It's a robbery!
And if you have it, I'd like the robbers to be Yakuza.
It's a robbery!
For the main character.
Sky lights up. On the night of November 14th, people across Buenos Aires felt their homes suddenly start shaking. But what they saw outside was even more alarming. A massive explosion had torn through an industrial park in Carlos Spegazzini just outside the city. The sound was deafening as blast after blast continued to erupt. Footage from the scene showed people running for cover as the shockwaves rippled through the ground beneath them, shattering windows and making buildings tremble. The blast sent a mushroom cloud rising high into the night sky, lighting the entire area in orange and red as thick black smoke poured out in every direction. In fact, the fireball was so massive that it could be seen from planes overhead. The shockwave was powerful enough to shatter windows more than a kilometer away. People up to 4 kilometers from the site felt the impact in their homes. Reports later revealed that the incident occurred at a factory producing plastic containers for chemicals. But the fire quickly spread across multiple floors and tore through at least 5 neighboring factories in the complex. Some of them also housed agrochemical production facilities. Within minutes, the industrial site had become a city-wide emergency, prompting firefighters to respond with over a dozen fire engines and ambulances. At least 15 to 22 people were injured, including cases of smoke inhalation and one man who suffered a heart attack during the chaos. Beyond that, the massive fire and smoke disrupted operations at the nearby Ezeiza International Airport, forcing the cancellation of at least 12 flights and affecting hundreds more throughout the night. Thankfully, and surprisingly, no deaths were reported, but firefighters battled the blaze for hours before eventually bringing it under control. By then, at least one factory had been reduced to ashes, and adjacent buildings were left heavily damaged. Standing too close. In Pará, Brazil, news reporters and firefighters gathered around a burning tanker truck to document and contain the blaze. They didn't realize the flames were just the beginning. The tanker sat burning steadily on the roadside, so firefighters positioned themselves nearby while the camera crew began filming, believing the situation was under control. However, in the next moment, the entire tanker suddenly detonated. The explosion sent a massive fireball erupting into the air, engulfing everything around it in seconds. Flames and debris shot outward from the blast, catching everyone completely off guard. People were thrown back several feet as the fire expanded rapidly. According to reports, the truck had pulled over while allegedly engulfed in flames between Paragominas and Ulianapolis. As a result, emergency responders and 3 members of an SBT news crew arrived at the scene to cover the story. Minutes passed with no change, which gave everyone a false sense of security as they continued working around the flames without urgency. Ultimately, the incident left at least 6 people injured, including all 3 members of the SBT news crew and 3 firefighters who had been positioned close to the truck. Some reports even placed the total number of people injured at 8. Level 5. The approaching vessel. This small dinghy was just a few feet from the anchored launch at Sadargat Terminal when passengers noticed something. It was another vessel approaching from behind, but by then, it was already too late. It was March 18th, 2026, during the Eid holiday rush, and people were scrambling to board the anchored launch from the small boat. But when the incoming vessel slammed directly into them, the impact crushed the dinghy between the 2 larger launches. It trapped several passengers between the vessels, while others were thrown into the Burigana River below. One man, 22-year-old MD Sahel Fakir, lost his life in the crash. His pregnant wife, 20-year-old Rupa Akhter, was badly injured but survived after being rushed to Mitford Hospital. Sahel's father-in-law, 52-year-old Miraj Fakir, was knocked into the river during the impact and disappeared beneath the water. The crash happened at Sadargat Dakar's main river port, where thousands of people were traveling home for the week-long Eid holiday. Many passengers had to use small dinghies to reach the launches because they weren't docked at the pier, and this created dangerous conditions in the overcrowded terminal. Immediately after the incident, the fire service and the river police began searching the river, but nearly 2 days passed before Miraj Fakir's body was found floating near a salt mill over half a kilometer away. His grieving family later identified him at the hospital. Ultimately, authorities canceled the permits for both launches and arrested 5 staff members from the vessels. Police filed charges for reckless navigation causing death. Additionally, officials promised the highest legal action against anyone responsible and compensation for the victims. Out of control. On a busy street in central Porto Alegre, Brazil, a tour bus was carrying students on a school trip, and the driver suddenly lost control. Footage from inside the bus captured the exact moment everything went wrong. The vehicle began speeding uncontrollably, sending passengers into immediate panic. The driver tried to stop it, but the bus kept gaining speed, forcing it to move violently through traffic. Moments later, it slammed into a parked car, but the impact didn't slow it down at all. The bus crashed into another vehicle immediately after, and this caused even more panic inside as students struggled to hold on. Meanwhile, the bus smashed into yet another car, and the collisions kept getting more violent with each hit. The bus finally came to a stop in the midst of the wreckage, but due to how violent the crashes had been, flames began to erupt from one of the crushed cars. Smoke filled the cabin almost instantly, so passengers had to scramble out as fast as they could before the fire took over. Outside, footage showed people rushing towards the exits. They climbed through doors and windows as the flames spread rapidly across the front of the bus. Thankfully, all passengers managed to escape before the fire fully engulfed the vehicle. Several students received medical attention at the scene for minor injuries and smoke inhalation, but miraculously, no one was killed. Meanwhile, firefighters arrived to extinguish the burning bus, which was left completely destroyed and surrounded by wreckage. Investigators later suspected brake failure based on how the bus kept accelerating without stopping, though the exact cause wasn't made public. The final crossing. A dash cam captured the moment a bridge in Brazil started breaking apart beneath moving traffic in December 2024. The footage shows vehicles crossing the Juscelino Bridge over the Tocantins River on the afternoon of December 22nd, when the road surface suddenly began to drop away. The center span of the 533-meter structure gave way without warning, sending the pavement crumbling and ultimately breaking apart. As a result, the vehicles on the bridge plunged over 50 meters into the river below as the entire middle section disintegrated. What made the footage even more disturbing was that someone had been on the bridge just moments before trying to warn people. A local counselor had gone there earlier that afternoon to film cracks and damage on the structure. He was still nearby when it actually collapsed, leaving him in shock as the structure he'd just been standing on broke apart. Ultimately, the collapse sent at least 8 vehicles into the deep water, including multiple trucks, 2 cars, and 2 motorcycles. One of those trucks was carrying 76 tons of sulfuric acid and over 22,000 liters of pesticides. As a result, rescue divers had to halt their search operation because of the leaking chemicals, leaving people trapped underwater with no way to reach them safely. One person was pulled from the river alive on the day of the collapse, but bodies continued to be recovered over the following days. By January 3rd, 2025, the Brazilian Navy had located the 13th victim using drones, but 4 people remained missing. Later investigations revealed that the bridge had been flagged for structural problems since 2020, with reports noting the need for urgent repairs. A reform process was initiated in May 2024, but the work was never carried out, leaving the deteriorating structure in use until it finally gave way. Help me up. At an MRI facility in Long Island, a woman finishing her routine knee scan called out for her husband to help her stand. But within seconds of his entering the room, things went horribly wrong. The man walked into the scanning room at the NASA Open MRI in Westbury while the machine was still running. He was wearing a 20-pound weighted training chain around his neck, and the moment he stepped inside, the MRI's powerful magnetic field grabbed it. The chain yanked him violently toward the machine, pulling him off his feet and dragging him straight into the scanner. His body twisted as the force slammed him against the equipment, causing him to go completely limp within seconds. His wife immediately started screaming at the technician to turn off the machine and call 911, but the technician couldn't pull him free. The chain remained locked to the magnet, so even after the power was cut, the machine still maintained its magnetic force. Nearly an hour passed before they could finally release him, and during that time he suffered a medical episode followed by multiple heart attacks. He was rushed to a local hospital in critical condition.
One day, I will create a website where I will sell my handmade merch, Yeti style.
Condition, but lost his life the next day. Later, the police identified the victim as 61-year-old Keith McAllister. His wife, Adrienne Jones McAllister, told reporters that just before her husband had collapsed, he had raised his hands and waved her goodbye, which made the incident even more touching. The Nassau County Medical Examiner began working on a full report while authorities tried to determine why proper safety protocols weren't followed before allowing someone wearing that much metal into an active MRI. Level 6. Never stopped. On the night of January 3rd, 2026, a blue Honda City was caught on camera speeding through Iztapalapa, Mexico City. But it's what was underneath it that terrified the bystanders. The footage showed a person trapped beneath the car as the Honda continued moving. The driver kept going, which meant the victim remained entangled underneath the car as it traveled through rough city streets. The Honda continued for roughly 1.5 to 2 kilometers through Iztapalapa before finally coming to a stop. However, instead of checking on the victim or calling for help, the driver left the body on the street and fled the scene. Onlookers rushed in to help, but it was too late as the man had already lost his life. Investigations later revealed that the incident had occurred near an intersection where the motorcyclist victim was initially struck by the blue Honda City. Instead of stopping after the collision, the driver continued driving. As a result, the victim became trapped underneath the vehicle and was dragged for nearly 2 kilometers through the city. As the footage went viral, authorities launched a citywide search for the vehicle and driver. Meanwhile, the victim was identified as 52-year-old Roberto Hernandez, and his partner gave an emotional interview demanding justice for what had happened. Additionally, protests erupted across Mexico City as pressure mounted on authorities to find the person responsible. Eventually, investigators identified the suspect as a woman named Gabby N., who had reportedly emptied her apartment after the crash in an attempt to flee. But thankfully, her cousin helped authorities locate her in Capilla de Oaxaca, where she was detained. Gabby was then arrested and held in pre-trial detention while facing charges related to the fatal hit and run. The case became one of the most widely covered stories in Mexican media, and the brutal nature of the prolonged dragging made it a rallying point for road safety advocates across the country. Caught while working. Making Chinese bell at a street food stall seems like simple work, but for one young employee in Mumbai, that wasn't the case. The worker was operating a heavy-duty electric grinder at a roadside stall in Worli, mixing ingredients for the restaurant's dishes. But as he leaned over the machine, his clothing caught on the rapidly spinning blades, which immediately began pulling him toward the grinding mechanism. The equipment had massive torque, and within seconds it dragged his body into the blades. Bystanders moved in to help, but they were unsuccessful and had to call the police and fire brigade for assistance. After the boy was brought out, he was immediately rushed to a nearby hospital, but sadly didn't make it. And what made the incident particularly alarming was the complete absence of safety features on the equipment. No protective guards around the blades, no emergency stop button within reach, and no barriers preventing direct contact with the moving parts. Police later identified the victim as Suraj Narayan Yadav, a 19-year-old from Jharkhand who had only recently started working at the stall. Investigators discovered that he had no prior experience operating the customized industrial grinder and had received no training before being assigned to use it. Yadav's cousin Mahesh, who also worked at the stall, told authorities that he had specifically warned the owner not to send Suraj to operate the machine alone because he was inexperienced. Mahesh was the only employee who knew how to use the customized equipment safely, but the owner ignored the warning anyway and sent Yadav to operate the grinder by himself. As a result, authorities registered a negligence case against the owner for failing to provide proper training in safety equipment. The family has since demanded mandatory employee training requirements and licensing regulations for customized industrial machines.
100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%.
Level 7. Running through Bingöl. A street in Bingöl's Başçıevler neighborhood was busy with people when something happened, sending everyone into a panic. CCTV footage from July 24th, 2024 captured a man running through the Escalation area. He had a knife in his hand and was attacking anyone in his path. The footage shows people scrambling for safety while the attacker moved through the open street. Witnesses later explained that the violence had started just after 1 p.m. when the man approached a stranger and demanded money. When the stranger refused, he attacked him from behind without warning, leaving him injured on the ground. After that, he fled down the street and began attacking random bystanders. The rampage continued for 13 minutes, during which the attacker stabbed 9 people in total. Some managed to duck into nearby buildings for safety, while others kept running until they were out of sight. At 1:32 p.m., the attacker finally fled the street and headed toward a nearby hill where a water reservoir was located. A private security guard working at the facility spotted him approaching and fired warning shots into the air. This caused the attacker to stop without further resistance. The guard subdued him and immediately notified the police. A traffic officer who was closest to the scene arrived shortly after to make the arrest. 2 victims had lost their lives at the scene from their injuries. However, 2 more would die in the hospital the following day, ultimately bringing the death toll to 4. The attacker was later identified as 19-year-old Emircan Zazoglu. Turkish media reported that he was a known substance user, which may have played a role in the sudden escalation from an argument to a mass attack. Prosecutors demanded 4 aggravated life sentences for the plus up to 79 years for the 5 injured people. The court-ordered mental health evaluation determined that Zazoglu was fully aware of his actions during the attack. This meant that his substance use could not be used as a legal defense. It later emerged that his father had asked the court for help roughly 8 months before the attack. He requested treatment for his son's ongoing drug problems, but he received no response and nothing was done. Highway Zigzag. Dashcam footage from March 14th, 2026 started with ordinary traffic on a Guatemalan highway, but within seconds, everything turned into a wreck. The camera was recording normal traffic when a cargo trailer suddenly began zigzagging across lanes without warning.
Why?
The driver appeared to be struggling for control as the massive vehicle swerved erratically from side to side. This forced other drivers to brake and move out of its path. However, the trailer kept losing control with each veer, sending it careening toward the median. Moments later, it crossed completely into oncoming traffic and slammed head-on into vehicles traveling in the opposite direction. The impact was immediate and devastating. The first trailer collided with another large trailer, triggering a violent chain reaction that pulled in more vehicles. When firefighters arrived, they found people trapped inside the wreckage. It was so bad that they had to use special rescue equipment to cut through the mangled metal and extract victims. The collision had involved 5 vehicles in total, including 2 heavy trailers, making the rescue operation extremely dangerous and time-consuming. Ultimately, the crash took the lives of 3 people and left 1 person critically injured. Investigators later examined the footage to determine what caused the trailer to suddenly lose control. Early reports suggested a possible brake failure given the driver's apparent inability to stop the vehicle's erratic movements. Online commenters noted that the driver appeared to panic instead of steering off the highway to avoid oncoming traffic. Others pointed out that pulling a fully loaded trailer off-road at high speed could have caused an equally catastrophic rollover. Ultimately, the Palan-Escuintla highway remained partially closed for hours as crews cleared the wreckage and completed their investigation. Now, if you found these incidents disturbing, you'll be shocked by what we found specifically in Europe. Think you've seen it all? Let's test that with the most disturbing things from Europe iceberg.
Hold up. this one doesn't look. This one looks too scary, dog. Oh nah, fuck, bro. Okay, let's put this one on. This one looks too. Or should we do the one that in each state? Let's do that one.
911, what's your emergency? The 75-minute roundup. I hear gunfire. Oh,
27 disturbing things, 7 levels. I've compiled some of the most unsettling incidents ever documented across America. We'll start with the strange and work our way through to cases so dark they'll linger in your mind long after this video. So let's begin at the tip of the iceberg. Level 1. Hawaii's 38 minutes drill. On January 13th, 2018, over 1 million people in Hawaii woke up to a message that made their blood run cold. The alert hit phones, TVs, and radios across the state just after 8 in the morning. It read, "Ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill." Panic spread instantly. People pulled over and abandoned their cars. Others grabbed their families and ran for basements, bathtubs, anything that felt safe. Parents held their children tight while reading prayers. Many believed North Korea was attacking, as tensions between the two countries had been high for months. But then, no sirens sounded. No official updates came through. Minutes passed with nothing but silence and fear. Around 8:20, the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency tweeted that there was no missile threat. They also used electronic highway signs to spread the word, but most people didn't see it right away. And the official correction alert didn't come through phones until 8:45, a full 38 minutes after the first message. By that point, the entire state had been living in what felt like their final moments. Once people realized it was false, the fear turned to rage. How did this happen? It turned out that during a routine drill at the emergency management office, an employee had selected the wrong option from a drop-down menu. The system had a test alert and a real alert listed too close together, and he picked the real one. He later said he heard someone say, "This is not a drill," and genuinely believed it was real, so he sent the alert thinking he was doing his job.
So just to be extremely clear, you are the person who triggered the false alert?
Yes, unfortunately, I heard this is not a drill, and I didn't hear exercise at all.
The problem was that once it went out, there was no quick way to cancel it. The employee who sent it froze and didn't help issue the correction, leaving the state in panic for over half an hour. Eventually, he was reassigned after receiving death threats, and Hawaii updated its procedures, requiring 2 people to approve alerts and ending drills during shift changes.
Every time, bro, I play like your beats or recording on your beats, bro. People be like, "Yo, man, this shit crazy, man. Keep them coming, dog."
One sending death threats to a man for making a mistake. Like, I understand being upset, but get your stuff in order and just shut up. Rain in eastern Kentucky. Rain is common in the mountain valleys of eastern Kentucky, but in July 2022, residents in narrow mountain valleys woke up to water rising faster than they'd ever seen. The trouble started on July 26 when a slow-moving storm stalled over the region. It kept dumping rain for days, bringing 4 inches per hour in some spots. The narrow mountain valleys and steep slopes didn't give the water anywhere to go, so it just kept building up in the hollows. By early morning on July 28th, the situation had become catastrophic. Between 2 and 4 a.m., the flood hit what survivors later described as an ocean-like force. As a result, water levels that were normally around 2 feet jumped to 7 feet in just minutes. Homes were either swept off their foundations or filled to the ceiling, forcing families to scramble to their rooftops or drown trying. Roads and bridges washed away in the current, leaving whole hollows cut off with no way for anyone to get in or out. It was so bad that emergency crews had to airlift hundreds of people out by helicopter. Others had to be rescued by boat. By the end of it, 45 people across the region had lost their lives, many of whom were children, and over 3,000 homes were destroyed. Cleanup began right away, but recovery was slow because most people in the area lacked flood insurance and poverty rates were already high. Still, some families ended up rebuilding in the exact same spot, even though they knew another storm could do it all over again.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is...
I think it's SF something.
Friday night party. The Hyatt Regency Hotel in Kansas City was hosting its weekly tea dance on July 17th.
Hold up. Give me a second, y'all. Hold up. My bad for anyone who's actually enjoying the content. I want to see which beat we use today. I use SFTV. Today we use SFTV. Alright, sweet. Alright, we'll do so, Brody.
1981. Celebration quickly turned into something far darker. The hotel's grand atrium was packed with around 1,600 people that night. It had 3 suspended walkways that hung across the open space, giving guests on the 2nd and 4th floors a view of the party below. Dozens of people stood on these walkways, watching the action unfold beneath them. But around 7 p.m., the 4th floor walkway suddenly gave way with no warning. The steel connections holding it to the ceiling snapped, so the entire structure dropped straight down onto the 2nd floor walkway directly below it. Both walkways, weighing around 64 tons combined, crashed into the lobby floor and crushed everyone underneath. The impact was catastrophic. Water pipes burst and flooded the debris, which meant survivors trapped under the wreckage were now at risk of drowning. Within minutes, first responders arrived, but the scene was overwhelming, and the rescue efforts continued through the night. By morning, 114 people had lost their lives and 216 were injured. Later, investigators discovered that during construction, the design for how the walkways were held up had been changed to make building it easier. Engineers had approved the change without checking if the new plan could support the intended weight. It turned out that they couldn't. So when the crowd gathered that night, the connections gave way. As a result, Missouri authorities revoked the licenses of the lead engineers for gross negligence, and the disaster led to major reforms in engineering practice. Chicago dockside disaster. In July 1915, thousands of people boarding a ship in downtown Chicago would witness something that should have been impossible. The SS Eastland was loading passengers that morning at the Clark Street Bridge on the Chicago River. Over 2,500 Western Electric Company workers and their families were boarding for a company picnic across Lake Michigan. But as more passengers boarded, the ship started leaning to one side. It would tilt, right itself, then tilt again. The crew tried to fix the problem by opening ballast tanks to balance the weight, but this only made things worse. The ship began listing heavily to the left, forcing water to pour in through open doors and windows. Just a few minutes later, the Eastland suddenly rolled completely onto its side while still tied to the dock. As a result, hundreds of passengers were thrown into the river. Many more were trapped inside as the ship lay on its side in just 20 feet of water, only 19 feet from the wharf. People on nearby bridges watched in horror as screams filled the air. Police, firefighters, and onlookers pulled anyone they could from the water while workers used axes and torches to cut through the hull. They were able to save about 40 people trapped inside. However, by the end of it all, over 800 people had died, making it the deadliest shipwreck in Great Lakes history. It was later discovered that the ship had a history of instability and had been modified several times, including adding extra lifeboats after the Titanic disaster. Those lifeboats made the already top-heavy ship even more unstable. But despite these, no one was held criminally responsible because the ship had passed all inspections. Level 2. The Charlottesville Protest. Protests are usually loud and tense, but what happened on the streets of Charlottesville on August 12, 2017 went way beyond that. The day had already been a mess. The Unite the Right rally at Emancipation Park had drawn hundreds of white nationalists and counter-protesters, leading to violent clashes before police forced everyone to leave. By early afternoon, a group of counter-protesters was marching through downtown. Suddenly, a gray Dodge Challenger that had been sitting nearby took off down 4th Street. Before anyone could react, it slammed into the back of a sedan, which crashed into a minivan ahead of it. This trapped dozens of protesters between the vehicles and the brick walls lining the narrow street.
A car just plowed through hundreds of people downtown Charlottesville.
People screamed and scattered as bodies hit the ground. A woman lost her life instantly, while 35 others were injured, some so badly that they'd never fully recover. Still, the driver didn't stop. He threw the car into reverse and sped back up the hill, his damaged bumper dragging on the asphalt as people tried to chase him down or block his path. Within minutes, he was gone. Police quickly identified the driver as James Alex Fields Jr., a 20-year-old from Ohio.
20-year-olds, 19-year-olds. What's up with these people, bro?
Ohio, who'd been at the rally earlier that day. He was arrested shortly after, and investigators found evidence that the attack was deliberate. Eventually, in 2019, he pleaded guilty to 29 federal charges to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The missing family. On August 14th, 2018, a man appeared on local news in Frederick, Colorado, pleading for his wife and 2 young daughters to come home.
Shanann, Bella, Celeste, if you're out there, just come back. Like, if somebody has her, just please bring her back. I need to see everybody. I need to see everybody again. This house is not complete without anybody here.
Chris Watts said his family had vanished overnight, and he just wanted them back safe. However, the story ran much deeper than that. Investigations had begun the day before when his wife Shannon Watts, who was 15 weeks pregnant, missed a doctor's appointment. Her friend showed up at the house to check on her, but no one answered, so she called the police. Officers arrived and searched the home with Chris. Surprisingly, they found Shannon's purse and keys on the counter. However, what raised the biggest alarm was that one of the daughters had asthma, which meant her medication was critical, and yet even those were left behind on the counter. On top of that, Shannon had also left her phone behind, which seemed unusual for someone who'd just disappeared with her children. As police dug deeper, a neighbor came forward with security camera footage from early that morning. The video showed Chris backing his truck into the garage around 5 a.m. He was also seen loading what looked like a gas can into the back. While investigators asked him about it, he said he was just getting ready for work. That explanation felt off. Due to all these inconsistencies, detectives brought Chris in for a polygraph test, which he failed badly. And that was when he finally broke down and confessed. He'd strangled Shannon during an argument in their bedroom early on August 13th. His daughters had witnessed it, so he loaded all 3 of them into his truck and drove 45 miles to an oil field where he worked. Once there, he ended the lives of both girls and dumped their bodies into separate crude oil tanks while Shannon was buried in a shallow grave nearby. The next day, the police recovered the bodies, and Chris eventually received 5 life sentences without parole.
All these guys are
The North Carolina protest. It was meant to be a peaceful protest to support textile workers.
All these guys are
But
weirdos,
things didn't go according to plan. On November 3rd, 1979, the Communist Workers' Party gathered in Greensboro, North Carolina. They had organized a march criticizing the Ku Klux Klan. And by around 11:20 that morning, demonstrators were already assembled. Several local TV news crews were there as well, filming, but just as the rally was getting started, a caravan of about 9 cars pulled up, and armed members of the Ku Klux Klan and American Nazi Party stepped out. Some protesters immediately rushed the cars, kicking doors and hitting them with signs, trying to drive them away. But that's when the situation escalated. The Klansmen opened their trunks and pulled out rifles and shotguns. And before anyone could process, they started opening fire into the crowd. The gunfight lasted about 88 seconds. Protesters ran for cover, some falling in the streets, while a few who had brought weapons for self-defense fired back. The police arrived minutes later, but by that point, the damage had already been done. 5 demonstrators were dead, and at least 10 others were wounded. Afterwards, multiple arrests and charges were made, but they kept ending in acquittals. And it wasn't until a civil trial in 1985 that a jury finally found 2 police officers and 5 Klansmen and Nazis jointly responsible for the violence. The city paid roughly $400,000 in damages, but the attackers themselves never paid anything. 30 years later, in 2009, the Greensboro City Council finally issued a formal apology, and in 2015, they mounted a sign in honor of the victims. Wah-Mee Club. On the night of February 18th, 1983, cooks working near Seattle's Chinatown found a man crawling through an alley, barely alive and covered in blood. They called 911 immediately. When paramedics arrived, the man could barely speak, but he managed to point them toward a locked steel door nearby. It was the door to a private gambling den known as the Wah-Mee Club. Police forced their way in and found 13 people tied up and shot on the floor. 12 were already dead, and 1 more would die at the hospital soon after.
But they were bound hand and foot and shot to the head.
The survivor's name was Wayok Chin. He told police that 3 men had walked into the club around 12:30 that morning, and once they were inside, one of the men pulled out a gun and pointed it at the security guard so he would continue to admit people in. The other patrons were forced to the floor at gunpoint. Using nylon cords they'd brought with them, the gunmen tied everyone's hands and feet around the tables so they couldn't move. While the victims lay helpless, the attackers emptied wallets, purses, pockets, and the cash register, taking roughly $20,000. But once the money was collected, 2 of the men stood over the bound victims and began firing. They shot over 30 rounds, hitting every single person in the room. After that, they locked the doors and disappeared into the alley. But they didn't know that Chin had survived. So using Chin's testimony, police identified 2 of the attackers and arrested them within hours. The third fled to Canada, but investigators tracked him down and brought him back the following year. All 3 were convicted. 2 received life sentences without parole, while the third served 3 decades before being released and deported. New Year's in Bourbon. In the early hours of January 2025, a crowd gathered on Bourbon Street in New Orleans to celebrate, only to be met with something far different. Just after 3:15 a.m., a white Ford F-150 suddenly sped down Canal Street and turned onto Bourbon Street, where thousands of people were still celebrating. Instead of slowing, the driver pushed straight into the crowd and kept going, block after block, as people screamed and scattered in every direction. The vehicle only stopped after crashing into construction equipment 3 blocks down, but that still wasn't the end. The driver jumped out armed with a handgun and a rifle. He started firing at police officers who had rushed to the scene. Officers fired back, hitting him 4 times in the torso and ending his life on the spot. By the time the chaos ended, 14 people were dead from being hit.
Kellogg's Cocoa Pops? Mom, please.
First, the power breakfast.
Okay, deal. Cocoa Pops?
Yes, this is the power breakfast.
Want vitamins, fiber, and energy? Kellogg's Cocoa Pops.
Hit by the truck, and 35 others were injured, including 2 officers who'd been shot. Police immediately evacuated the area and found an ISIS flag inside the truck, along with firearms and 2 homemade bombs planted nearby in coolers. The FBI classified it as an act of terrorism and identified the driver as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Bahar Jabbar, a U.S. Army veteran from Texas. He'd posted videos pledging allegiance to ISIS just hours before the attack. A year later, Bourbon Street was lined with armed patrols and heavy barriers on New Year's Eve. The celebration returned, but the sense of safety never fully did. If you thought the stories so far were unsettling, I need to warn you. The states ahead hold cases that are far more disturbing. So subscribe, and let's keep going. Level 3. The Waco Standoff.
Shout out to Jekyll.
On April
What's
19th,
good,
1993, news cameras were set up outside a compound in Waco, Texas, to capture what they hoped would be the end of a 51-day standoff.
It has been over 36 hours now since federal agents first confronted a heavily armed religious cult near Waco. They were met by a hail of gunfire, killing 4 of the agents and wounding over a dozen others.
But what unfolded that day shocked everyone watching. The standoff was at Mount Carmel, home to a religious group called the Branch Davidians, led by David Koresh. The FBI had been negotiating with him for nearly 2 months to get the people inside to come out peacefully. That morning, they decided to force the issue by using tear gas. Around dawn, FBI agents warned the Davidians over loudspeakers, and armored vehicles started punching holes in the walls to pump CS tear gas inside. They pumped in over 400 canisters over several hours, hoping it would drive people out. Some Davidians fired back at the vehicles, but no one came out. Hours into the attack, fires suddenly broke out in 3 different spots inside the compound. The flames spread quickly as they were fanned by strong winds. Within minutes, the entire wooden structure was engulfed. With no water supply to fight it, the compound burned to the ground while cameras rolled. 9 people escaped, but 76 others died inside, including Koresh. Some died from smoke and fire, while others died from gunshots. The confrontation had begun 51 days earlier when federal agents tried to serve warrants related to illegal weapons possession. That attempt turned into a gun battle that ended the lives of 4 agents and 6 Davidians. Still, Koresh delayed, saying he needed time to finish religious writings. After the fire, investigators recovered audio recordings from inside the compound that included statements about spreading fuel and starting the fire. Accelerants and damaged fuel containers were also found in the debris. Multiple investigations later concluded that the fires were set by members inside, though critics kept arguing that the government's actions contributed to the disaster. The Sacramento Vampire. In late January 1978, Sacramento neighborhoods were gripped by fear after a series of brutal attacks. It started on December 29, 1977, when a man was shot twice while carrying groceries into his home. He died at the hospital, but police had no leads since the shooter had fired from a passing car and disappeared. 3 weeks later, a woman was found dead in her home after being shot multiple times and severely harmed. Nothing had been stolen, which ruled out robbery as a motive. And just 4 days after that, police responded to another call on Marywood Drive. Inside, they found 4 victims: a family friend named Daniel Meredith, had lost his life, along with a woman and her young son. In the nursery, officers found blood in the crib where the woman's toddler had been, but the child was missing. The crimes seemed random, leaving investigators with almost nothing to go on. The break finally came when a woman spotted someone she recognized from high school. Wearing an orange parka, he also matched witness descriptions of the person at the Meredith home. So she contacted the police and gave them his name, Richard Chase. Detectives discovered he lived close to the crime scenes and owned a handgun, so they arrested him the next day. When they tackled him outside his apartment, he was wearing the orange parka and had Daniel Meredith's wallet in his pocket. Inside a box he was carrying, police found blood-stained rags and pieces of the missing toddler's remains. Inside the house, blood covered the walls and ceilings. Human organs sat in the refrigerator, and a calendar on the wall had the attack dates marked. Later, ballistics tests confirmed his gun matched the bullets from all 6 deaths, which connected him to every scene. During interrogation, he admitted to taking the lives of animals, claiming he needed blood to survive because he believed his own blood was poisoned. However, he denied any involvement in the recent deaths. It turned out that his delusions had been documented for years. In the mid-1970s, he'd been hospitalized after injecting rabbit blood into his veins, and in 1977, police found him naked and covered in blood with a cow's liver in his truck. Despite these warning signs, he'd been released. Eventually, in May 1979, he was found guilty and sentenced to death, but he died in his cell in 1980 after overdosing. The container. When police arrived at a rural property in Woodruff, South Carolina on November 3rd, 2016, they had no idea what they would find inside a locked shipping container. The search started after friends reported 30-year-old Kayla Brown missing. She'd gone to the property with her boyfriend, Charlie Carver, back in August to do some brush clearing work for the owner, a local real estate agent named Todd Colehep. Nobody had seen either of them since August 31st, so after weeks of searching, police obtained a warrant to search Colehep's 95-acre property. As officers walked the property, they spotted a large metal shipping container with a padlock on it. And that alone was enough to raise concern, so they cut the lock open. That's when they heard a voice from inside. It was Kayla, chained by her neck and ankles to the wall. She'd been trapped there for 65 days.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to get you out of there, okay? Just hang loose for me. Anybody got I need a handcuff key. Handcuff key.
While being freed, she immediately told investigators that Colehep had ended Charlie's life in front of her shortly after they arrived for the job.
Do you know where your buddy is?
Charlie?
Yes.
He shot him.
He shot him? Who did? Who's?
Todd Colehep shot Charlie Carver 3 times in the chest, wrapped him in a blue tarp, put him in the bucket of the tractor, locked me down here, and I never seen him again.
After that, he dragged her into the container, restrained her, and has been attacking her ever since. Colehep was then arrested at the scene and eventually charged with multiple counts. However, while in custody, he told investigators he wanted to see his mother, so he offered to confess to more crimes in exchange for that visit. That's when the case took a much darker turn. He began confessing to other killings, including one that had haunted South Carolina for years. Back in 2003, 4 people's lives were taken at a motorcycle shop called Superbike Motorsports in Chesney. The case had gone cold for over a decade. Colehep admitted he was responsible, describing details only the perpetrator would have known. He also confessed to ending the lives of a married couple, Johnny and Megan Coxey, in late 2015. Investigators later found their remains buried on his property. Charlie Carver's body was discovered there as well. By the end of it, Colehep had confessed to 7 deaths. Ultimately, he pleaded guilty in May 2017 and was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences plus 60 additional years. He's now locked up at Broad River Correctional Institution. The stench. For years, neighbors on Imperial Avenue in Cleveland complained about a horrible smell coming from one house on the block, but no one knew what was really causing it. The truth came out on October 29, 2009, when police showed up at 12205 Imperial Avenue to arrest a man, Anthony Sowell, for harassment that had been reported weeks earlier. A woman named LaTondra Billups had accused him of attacking her in September, so officers arrived with a warrant to bring him in. Sowell wasn't home, but as they entered the house, they were hit with the strong smell. And on the third floor, they found 2 decomposing bodies. The officers immediately called for backup and started digging deeper. They found a skull in a bucket in the basement. As they expanded the search to the backyard and crawl spaces, the numbers kept climbing. By the time they finished, they'd uncovered the remains of 11 women buried throughout the property. All of the victims were African American women between the ages of 25 and 53. Investigators later learned the first woman had disappeared back in May 2007, which meant Sowell had been doing this for over 2 years. The smell neighbors had been complaining about was actually bodies decomposing inside the house. Sowell was finally arrested 2 days later. In 2011, he was convicted on 81 counts, including 11 deaths, and sentenced to death. He remained on death row until 2021, when he died in prison from a terminal illness.
Shout out, y'all. Be sure I get them subs
West
up,
Mesa. On February 2nd, 2009, a woman walking her dog on Albuquerque's West Mesa stumbled onto something unusual. Her dog was digging in the dirt and pulled up a bone that looked human, so she called the police. Officers arrived and began searching the area, which led them to start excavating. What they found...
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Turned the barren mesa into a crime scene that stretched across 92 acres. Buried in shallow graves across the site were the remains of multiple bodies. The state of the remains made it clear they'd been there for years. Through DNA testing and dental records, the police were able to identify all 11 victims as women who'd gone missing between 2003 and 2004. Most were between 15 and 32, and many had been involved in intimate work or struggled with illicit substances. They'd all disappeared from Albuquerque's streets without much attention. Ultimately, the investigation became the largest homicide case in the city's history, bringing in over 1,500 tips and multiple persons of interest. But despite all the leads, no arrests were ever made. As of February 2026, the case remains open with a $100,000 reward still offered. A memorial park now stands where the remains were found, with each victim's name etched into a path. The Highway Mechanic. Between 1977 and 1992, women kept disappearing along Highway 20 in Oregon, and for over a decade, no one connected the dots. It began in June 1977, when a woman named Marlene Gabrielson was attacked in the woods near the highway. She went to the police immediately and identified her attacker as John Arthur Ackroyd, a highway mechanic who worked in the area. However, Ackroyd denied it, saying he had erectile dysfunction. He also passed a polygraph test, and the police believed him and didn't charge him. 6 months later, on Christmas Eve 1978, a 35-year-old jogger named Kay Turner vanished near Camp Sherman. Months afterward, her remains were discovered, and it was Ackroyd who directed investigators to the site. He claimed he had stumbled upon the body while working nearby. The explanation raised suspicion, and this time he became a formal suspect. However, authorities still lacked the physical evidence needed to arrest him. Yet, more than a decade later, in July 1990, Ackroyd's teenage stepdaughter, Rashonda Pickle, vanished from their home at a highway compound. Ackroyd reported her missing himself, and this time, investigators questioned him. But without a body, they had nothing. Finally, a breakthrough came in 1992 when a woman who was the ex-wife of Aykroyd's hunting partner, came forward. The ex-wife of Aykroyd's hunting partner contacted the police. She reported overhearing conversations years earlier between her former husband, Roger Beck, and Aykroyd about ending the life of Kay Turner.
Rashonda Pickle case of her disappearance that actually reopened the Kay Turner homicide case and then led to the ultimate conviction.
Her statements gave detectives enough to reopen the case with renewed focus. And finally, in 1992, he was convicted and sentenced to life. Eventually, investigators reopened Rashonda's case using new DNA testing. By 2013, they had enough to indict Aykroyd for her death. He entered a no-contest plea to avoid the death penalty, but never disclosed where he'd hidden her body. Aykroyd died in prison in 2016 at age 67. He was suspected of many more murders, but he took his secrets with him, including where Rashonda was buried. Level 4, Missing Parents. In Windsor, Wisconsin, a 23-year-old named Chandler Halderson reported his parents missing in July 20.
This guy does not look 23. Does this guy look 23 to y'all?
Level 4, Missing Parents. In Windsor, Wisconsin.
Bruh, this guy does not look 23, guys. Nah. This nigga looks 35, bro. 20. Come on, bro.
Wisconsin, a 23-year-old named Chandler Halderson reported his parents missing in July 2021. But as investigators started looking into it, they noticed things didn't add up. Chandler claimed his parents, Bart and Krista, had left for their cabin with a couple they barely knew to help with a plumbing emergency, and afterward planned to visit a casino. But when detectives checked the cabin, no one had been there, and both cars were still in the garage at home. Even more concerning, Bart and Krista had missed work and appointments without telling anyone, something friends said they would never do.
How unusual was it for, number one, for Krista not to show up for work, not to call, and just not show up? How unusual?
Extremely unusual.
As police widened their search, a neighbor said he had seen Chandler backing his car into a wooded area near a family friend's farm on July 5th, a detail he hadn't told police. When detectives searched that spot, they
It worked.
They found Bart's remains hidden in the woods. So at that point, Chandler was arrested for lying to the police. Investigators then reviewed location data from Chandler's girlfriend's Snapchat account and noticed he'd been near the Wisconsin River around the time his parents disappeared. So the officers searched the area and found Krista's remains there as well. As they dug deeper, investigators realized Chandler had been living a completely fake life. He dropped out of college months earlier but told his parents he was still enrolled, further adding that he had gotten an internship at SpaceX. Chandler even created fake email accounts to send himself messages from fake professors. However, on July 1st, his father had called the college and learned the truth, so he'd scheduled a meeting to confront Chandler about it. Prosecutors believe Chandler knew everything was about to be exposed, and instead of facing it, he shot his father in the back, took his mother's life when she got home, and spent days hiding the remains. Ultimately, Chandler was convicted of first-degree murder in January 2022 and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Front yard discovery. On July 5th, 2025, authorities in Clark, South Dakota discovered the body of a 70-year-old woman covered by a sheet in her front yard, and the case quickly gained heavy attention because of how unusual it was. The victim was identified as Marlene Fladland, and investigators immediately began looking for her 34-year-old son, Bowen, who lived with her. They found him in the nearby town of Watertown and brought him in for questioning. After being read his rights, he confessed to what happened. However, what shocked authorities wasn't just that he'd taken his mother's life, but what he did afterward. He confessed that after she stopped breathing, he used a tool to remove her head before placing her body outside. As detectives dug deeper, they realized this wasn't an isolated incident. In 2023, Bowen had already been convicted of attacking his mother, including grabbing her by the throat and threatening her with knives. But even then, he avoided prison and received a suspended sentence, meaning he would remain free as long as he stayed out of trouble. However, that condition obviously didn't last. By May 2025, he had violated his probation, and just days before Marlene was found, she reportedly told a relative that Bowen had attacked her again and that she was afraid of him. Ultimately, prosecutors charged Bowen with ending his mother's life, and when he appeared in court on July 22nd, he pleaded not guilty. The judge set bond at $500,000 and ordered a mental health evaluation to determine whether he was fit to stand trial. As of early 2026, Bowen is still waiting for the court's decision. The farm in Epping. In March 2006, a woman in New Hampshire reported her son missing, and what started as a simple welfare check would turn into one of the state's most disturbing investigations. The missing man was Kenneth County, a 24-year-old with a developmental disability who had the mind of a child. He moved to a farmhouse in Epping a few months earlier after meeting the owner, Sheila Labar, through a personal ad. When police showed up at the farm to check on him, Labar refused to let them see him. Instead, she played audio recordings she'd made where County was crying and vomiting while she accused him of being a pedophile. She claimed he confessed to terrible crimes and that she was protecting children, but she wouldn't explain where he was. As officers prepared to leave, they spotted a burn pile near the road. Inside were human fragments, charred flesh, and a pair of sneakers. When the officers questioned it, Labar ordered them off the property, so they got a search warrant and came back. But by then, she'd dyed her hair red and fled to Massachusetts. Over the next 3 weeks, investigators combed through the farm. They found more bones, blood splattered through the house, and 3 human toes that didn't match County. They also found a birth certificate which led them to a second missing man, Michael Deloge. He had disappeared from the same farm the year before. His documents were later found hidden on the property along with more remains. Labar was eventually recognized and arrested at a store in Massachusetts. During her 2008 trial, she claimed she was an avenging angel sent by God to end the lives of offenders. But prosecutors found no evidence either man had harmed anyone. As a result, the jury rejected her insanity defense and convicted her of 2 counts of murder and sentenced her to life without parole. Body Donation Center. When families donate their loved ones' bodies to science, they expect those remains to help cure diseases or train doctors. But that wasn't what was happening at one facility in Phoenix. In July 2014, the FBI raided the Biological Resource Center after former employees tipped them off about what they'd seen inside. Agents in hazmat suits entered the warehouse and found buckets filled with body parts. Bodies were stacked in freezers and left unlabeled. The center had been collecting donated bodies since 2004, promising families their loved ones would be used for medical research. But investigators found the operation had been selling body parts for profit instead. Some remains were sold to the US military for blast testing. Others went to automotive companies for crash tests or were shipped overseas. The operation was run by Stephen Gore, who was later arrested and charged with running an illegal enterprise. He pleaded guilty in 2015 and was sentenced to 4 years of probation. Meanwhile, the center was shut down immediately after the raid.
This woman was tortured for 20 grueling hours for speaking up against a very well-known cartel. And then she was dumped in a jail cell and slapped with a fake lawsuit to have her silenced permanently. But what she did next shocked everybody, including her torturers. Here are some times cartels messed with the wrong influencers.
50 Cent is here.
December 2005, Cancun, Mexico. Journalist Lydia Cacho was walking to her car when armed men surrounded her. They showed police badges, but their eyes showed something else. They were here to silence her forever. 20 hours of torture were about to begin. Just 6 months earlier, Cacho published The Demons of Eden, exposing a trafficking ring that reached the highest levels of Mexican power. She'd name names: governors, senators, businessmen, and drug cartels. These were men who bought and sold children like merchandise. And now, they wanted her dead. The police drove her hundreds of miles from Cancun to Puebla, stopping repeatedly to torture her. Their goal was to get her to confess that her book was a lie.
Si me desaparecen en el mar, mi familia va a pasar toda su vida buscándome. Y enamoradísima me divorcié del único hombre con el que me he casado, que estuvimos 13 años juntos, porque yo sabía.
For 20 hours, they debated whether to kill her, and at one point, they even made a phone call to their boss, who was none other than the governor of Puebla. But Cacho spent years preparing for this moment. She documented every threat and photographed every aggressor. Plus, her team of 43 women at the high-security shelter she ran were trained the same way. What her torturers didn't know was that Cacho had already given all her evidence to international journalists. She recorded a video saying,
"If they kill me, it's because of this."
The torture continued, but Cacho's mind stayed clear. This wasn't her first death threat, and it wouldn't be her last. Finally, after a grueling 20-hour torture session, her kidnappers decided to let her go. But she still wasn't in the clear. In fact, she was taken to a nearby prison in Puebla, where she'd later learned she'd be charged with defamation. Later in court, Cacho testified for 7 hours against the very men responsible for her torture.
Quiero estar bien. Yo estaba bien. Yo tengo muchos problemas de salud como consecuencia de todo el trabajo que he hecho.
Her calmness came from knowing she stood for something bigger. Behind her were mothers who'd lost children, the girls who'd been sold for $3,000. She was their shield.
They were buying and selling children from Mexico, from Florida, and from other countries in Latin America, like Paraguay and El Salvador.
The network she exposed was more about power than it was about trafficking. These men created a system of political protection, judicial immunity, and money laundering. Cacho understood the price of her investigation. She'd already been threatened for years through radio and TV shows, where she exposed abusers while protecting victims' identities. But this was different. This reached the Secretary of Interior, the man who controlled Mexico's federal police. After surviving the torture, Cacho didn't back down. She fought her false imprisonment charges and won. Then she went after her torturers, one by one, and the officer who tortured her, alongside the governor who ordered it, were all jailed. But the cost was everything. 7 assassination attempts followed, her dogs were poisoned, and her life became a series of safe houses and bodyguards. Finally, in 2019, after surviving another attempt on her life, Cacho made the hardest decision. She went into exile.
Pérdida monumental cuando te exilias, ¿no? Me dijo un médico aquí que yo tenía el síndrome de la exiliada, que es que quedas con el corazón partido.
Cacho continues investigating to this day from Spain. She exposed trafficking networks in 147 countries, written multiple books, and won over 60 international awards. But every night, she dreams of returning to Mexico. Her former colleagues call her a coward for leaving. They'd prefer her as a symbol, another dead journalist. But Cacho chose something harder than martyrdom. She chose to live and keep fighting.
Y viven de nuestro miedo, ¿no? Nos dan de comer miedo y nosotros les retribuimos con la parálisis, ¿no? Con la parálisis en la opinión, con la parálisis.
Today, Kamel Nassif, the man said to have orchestrated her torture, walks free, released by the current Mexican government. But Cacho has an Interpol warrant for his arrest in other countries, and she's still hunting. Meanwhile, the next entry on this list is doing some serious hunting as well. The only difference, they're hunting for information to help the people who are fighting the good fight. And they're so good at hiding their tracks that no one even knows their names. March 2010, Mexico. A computer screen's glowing in a darkened room. Anonymous hands are typing out details of a massacre that isn't going to make the morning news. 14 bodies are found, of which 3 were missing their heads. And within minutes, thousands would read what the Mexican media was too terrified to report. a small website called Blog del Narco had just gone live, and Mexico's drug war would never be the same. The mainstream media have already surrendered after cartels killed 72 journalists between 2000 and 2010. Most newspapers stopped covering drug violence entirely. TV stations looked the other way, and journalists had a good reason to fear for their lives.
5,000 y 40,000 pesos. No es caro. Entonces tenemos precio.
Lately, we've fallen victim to criminality, to abuse of power, situations that are beyond our control. As a media worker, I'm very worried. I trust in the authorities and ask them to do their job as they should.
Into this silence came a simple blogspot page that dared to document everything. The posts were clinical, almost medical in their precision. No editorializing, no sensationalism. Just facts the cartels didn't want published.
3:47 a.m. 5 members of Los Zetas executed in Tamaulipas. Bodies show signs of torture. 11:23 p.m. Convoy of 20 trucks seen heading north on Highway 85. Gulf Cartel insignia is visible. Warning to residents of Reynosa. Firefight expected tonight between 8 to 10 p.m. Stay indoors.
Within months, Blog del Narco managed to become Mexico's most read news source. Citizens finally had real-time information about the war zone they lived in. They could check which routes were safe and which neighborhoods to avoid when violence was coming. The cartels were furious. Their power depended on controlling information. Now someone was exposing their operations to millions. The death threats started immediately. Comments flooded in.
We know who you are. Your family will pay. Stop posting, or we'll skin you alive.
And Blog del Narco posted them all. But then came the hunt. The cartels were desperate to find out who was behind the website, but the blogger or bloggers learned from previous victims. They would use proxy servers, encrypted connections, and public Wi-Fi from different locations. They never met sources in person, and they accepted payment. 2011 brought their biggest test. Maria Macias, a 39-year-old journalist who moderated a similar forum, was found dead. Her head was placed on her keyboard with a note.
I am Laredo Girl, and I am here because of my reports.
Blog del Narco posted the photos along with the story, much to the surprise of many who were following their stories. It was clear that they had no intention of slowing down. 2013, Blog del Narco became too big to kill. International media started quoting their stories, and even the authorities used them for intelligence. But the pressure was crushing. Posts became irregular. Sometimes weeks would pass in silence. This made their followers fear the worst. Then, in 2013, a cryptic message appeared.
We are still here. We will always be here, but the cost grows higher each day.
The blogger revealed they'd lost friends, family members, everything. They lived in constant motion, never staying anywhere too long. In 2014, a reporter who went by the alias of Lucy Brown claimed to be part of Blog del Narco and fled to Spain seeking asylum. But the post continued, suggesting multiple people ran the site. The real identity or identities remain unknown. Today, Blog del Narco still exists, though posts are sporadic. Its legacy lives on in dozens of similar sites, and an entire network of anonymous watchers documenting what cartels do in the darkness.
We'll keep on informing, but the most important thing is to stay alive.
Now, the entry in this next list isn't exactly a person. It's a faceless collective who did what no army could do. They managed to get the cartels to beg for mercy. And that's a story worth telling. October 2011, Veracruz, Mexico. A masked figure appears on YouTube, speaking through a voice modulator.
Los Zetas, you have made a grave mistake. We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
The hackers had just declared war on Mexico's most violent cartel.
¿Puede un grupo de hackers tener el suficiente poder como para declarar la guerra a un grupo criminal? Al parecer sí. Eso fue justamente lo que hizo un grupo autodenominado Anonymous Iberoamérica.
In the age of social media, you don't need millions of followers to be an influencer. Sometimes all you need is a Guy Fawkes mask and the ability to destroy lives with a keystroke. Anonymous had been watching as Los Zetas terrorized Mexico. They watched as journalists got murdered, bloggers disappeared, and anyone speaking out against the cartel ended up being hanged from bridges or worse. But then the Zetas made a critical error. They kidnapped an anonymous member in Veracruz. The hackers' response was quick. They launched Operation Paperstorm and issued an ultimatum.
Queremos que la Marina y el Ejército sepan que estamos cansados del grupo delictivo de los Zetas, que se han dedicado a secuestrar, robar y extorsionar en diversas formas, una de ellas el derecho de piso.
This wasn't an empty threat either. Anonymous had already hacked government databases, corporate servers, and intelligence agencies worldwide. And now they turned their skills against the cartels. Los Zetas had never faced an enemy like this. You can't shoot a decentralized network. You can't intimidate people hiding behind 7 proxies in countries you can't even pronounce. But the Zetas had their own cyber division, and they started hunting. What followed would be the first cyber war between hackers and a drug cartel. Anonymous members reported strange cars outside their homes. IP addresses were traced, and some hackers even vanished completely. The Zetas issued their threat. For every name released, they will kill 10 innocent people in Veracruz. Inside Anonymous, panic spread. Members argued in encrypted chat rooms. Some wanted to proceed with the data dump, while others realized they were playing with forces they didn't understand.
We received expressions of solidarity as well as the voices of people crying for help. These outpourings of support serve as a powerful reminder that we are not alone in our struggle.
But support wouldn't stop bullets. As November approached, their deadline for releasing data, Anonymous members started backing out. The operation that began with dozens of hackers dwindled into just a handful. Then, unexpectedly, the Zetas blinked first. They released the kidnapped Anonymous member with no explanation. They just dropped him off in a street corner, asking Anonymous to call off their dogs in return. Anonymous declared victory and canceled Operation Paperstorm. Both sides retreated, understanding they'd nearly triggered an all-out war. And while this standoff could be seen as a happy ending, it did reveal something crucial. That even the cartels feared exposure. Anonymous had found their weakness, not with guns nor governments, but with information. Today, Mexican cartels employ full cybersecurity teams. Turns out what they learned back in 2011 is that in the digital age, a teenager with a laptop could be more dangerous than a rival cartel with automatic weapons. But while Anonymous fought with keyboards and code, our next influencer would discover that running away doesn't have to mean defeat. October 2013, Mexico City. 11 gunmen surrounded a house, weapons drawn. They're looking for journalist Annabelle Hernandez, who had just exposed government officials on Sinaloa's cartel payroll. Now, Hernandez wasn't home that day, but her bodyguards were, and it turns out that the attackers stormed the wrong house. Her neighbors. When they finally realized their mistake, they grabbed one of Hernandez's bodyguards and beat him for hours before dumping him on the street. And while they didn't reach their intended target, their message was clear. We know where you live. This attack left Hernandez so shaken that she was forced to make a decision no one should have to make.
In that moment, for me, was the time to leave Mexico. Not because me, because I became conscious that I was dangerous for the people around me.
3 years earlier, Hernandez published Los Señores del Narco, a book that named names. Not just street-level dealers or cartel soldiers, but government ministers, police chiefs, military commanders, all taking cartel money.
One of the most powerful men in the government want to kill me because I reveal in my book that he was in the payroll of the Sinaloa cartel.
As a result, the Mexican government decided to give her bodyguards, the same government whose corruption she was exposing. But Hernandez called it what it was.
A journalist who has to walk with bodyguards is an embarrassment for any nation.
The death threats started immediately after the book's release. Hernandez started receiving phone calls, and she noticed men following her children to school on several occasions. And then came the house attack. 11 armed men were sent to kill her in her own home.
I think that the group thought that I was there because my bodyguards were taking care of my house.
One of them disappeared. One of my bodyguards was taken and beaten for a long time.
After this attack, Hernandez had to make a tough choice. Either stay in Mexico and wait for the next attempt, or leave everything behind and keep investigating from exile. She chose exile. But as far as the cartels were concerned, that didn't mean they won. Hernandez continued her work from Europe. She would launch new investigations, which yielded new revelations about cartel government connections. The cartels thought distance would silence her, but they were wrong.
I hope that my work can help to the people to understand what is happening. And if the people understand what is happening, the people can change the things.
Hernandez remains in exile to this day, still publishing investigations that shake Mexico's power structure. The government still offers her protection, the latest being a bulletproof vest. Yeah, she hasn't worn it once. But while Hernandez decided to stand up to some of the most violent men in the world, our next entry gives the saying, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em, an entirely new meaning.
As an actor and a filmmaker, I cannot say no. You know, it's a big opportunity to have, for the first time, someone tell his story, being alive, being the biggest drug lord.
October 2nd, 2015, Mexican mountains. Kate Del Castillo sits across from the world's most wanted drug lord, discussing movie rights. Hidden cameras recorded every word. But what she didn't know was that Mexican intelligence was also watching, and they were about to capture the world's most wanted fugitive. Kate thought she was pursuing the role of a lifetime. Born into Mexican entertainment royalty in 1972, Kate had spent decades fighting typecasting. She'd moved to Hollywood, starred in La Reina del Sur as a drug queenpin, and built a career playing powerful women. But now she had her sights on something more ambitious. She wanted to produce El Chapo's biopic, and that connection started with a tweet. In 2012, Kate wrote,
"Today, I believe more in El Chapo Guzman than I do in the governments that hide truths from me."
The message went viral, but one reader in particular paid special attention: El Chapo himself. 3 years later, Chapo's lawyers reach out. The drug lord wants to tell his story, and he wants Kate to produce it. She saw the opportunity to create something unprecedented.
Quiero dejar en claro el contenido de esta entrevista es exclusivo para la señorita Kate del Castillo y el señor Sean Penn.
What she didn't see were surveillance teams already watching her every move. Mexican intelligence had been monitoring her communications since that tweet, and when they intercepted messages about a potential meeting, they saw their chance. El Chapo had evaded capture for 13 years, escaping from max security prisons twice, and like many, his ego would be his downfall. Kate had arranged the meeting through encrypted messages. She brought in two-time Oscar winner Sean Penn to write an article. They thought they were being careful. They switched cars frequently and used burner phones. But the government tracked him anyway. October 2nd, 2015, somewhere in the Sierra Madre Mountains, Kate and Penn had spent 7 hours with El Chapo. They discussed his life, his business, as well as his desire for Hollywood fame. El Chapo was charming and seemed eager to impress the actress who defended him publicly. He gave him his personal phone number, started texting Kate directly, even sent her messages complimenting her. In one, he would say,
"I have faith you will be comfortable. I will care for you more than I do for my own eyes."
In which Kate replied,
"I'm so moved that you would say you will take care of me. No one has ever taken care of me."
The authorities let the communications continue. It became apparent that El Chapo was trying to impress Kate, and he became sloppy as a result.
But it's a little seductive, that line, isn't it?
When your life is in risk, I don't think so.
He ended up committing several rookie mistakes, like revealing locations, mentioning associates, and, worst of all, disclosing his top-secret travel plans. These very texts would mark the beginning of his end. January 8th, 2016. Mexican Marines raided El Chapo's hideout in Los Mochis. He escapes through the sewers, but is captured a few hours later. And when authorities reveal how they found him, one detail stood out. his communications with Kate del Castillo were just as crucial as the operation itself.
Guzman's intention to have a biographical film made, for which he established contact with actresses and producers, was a fundamental aspect that allowed us to locate him.
The Attorney General announced. After Chapo's arrest, Kate's world exploded. Death threats flooded her social media. Cartel supporters blamed her for El Chapo's capture. The Mexican government investigated her for money laundering and criminal association. She couldn't even return to Mexico, and her career was in ruins. But worst of all, her life was now in danger. When the investigation found no evidence of criminal activity, she would sue the Mexican government for harassment and defamation. In interviews, Kate maintained that she was just an actress trying to tell a story, and that she had no idea that she was bait in a years-long intelligence operation. The government used her as an unwitting asset, then threw her to the wolves when the mission succeeded.
I was not aware of that situation. I was just trying to make a movie.
Today, she lives under constant security. And when it comes to El Chapo, it was his vanity, or more specifically, his need to be remembered, to have his story told by beautiful actresses, that proved to be his biggest weakness. And Kate del Castillo proved to be the perfect bait, whether she knew it or not. But our next influencer would face a different challenge. Either face the cartel head-on, or lose everything he worked for.
Who's this now?
September 10th, 2023, Tijuana, Mexico. Banners appeared overnight across the city. Black letters on white sheets hung from overpasses and plastered on walls. They read,
"This goes for you, Peso Pluma. Refrain from performing on October 14th. It'll be your last performance because of your disrespectful loose tongue. If you perform, we will break your face."
They were signed CJNG. Now, Peso Pluma was scheduled to perform that night for 100,000 fans. The 24-year-old had become Mexico's biggest musical export, with 50 million monthly Spotify listeners.
The biggest right now, Peso Pluma, the biggest narco corrido singer, is dedicated several songs to the Chapitos. They like to be in the limelight.
Hold up, that's crazy. You know what's crazy, dog? I actually saw this guy posting like pictures on his YouTube channel, and he like appeared on mine, and I clicked that picture because I wanted to see who's this guy, and I saw like, I don't know how many subs he had or whatever. But then from that point on, I kept seeing his photos, like, oh wow, that's so wow. Who would have thought?
They like to be narcos.
But he'd made one crucial mistake. He name-dropped the wrong cartel boss. You see, in Mexico, narco corridos might seem like simple songs, but they're actually death sentences waiting to happen. Chalino Sanchez learned that lesson back in '92 when he read his own death threat on stage and then was executed hours later. Yossi Lacote discovered it in 2018 when CJNG dismembered him for simply showing one of their rivals' support in one of his music videos. Lefty SM found out just 3 weeks before Peso's concert when 3 masked men executed him in his own home. The pattern has always been the same. Praise the wrong cartel and die. The CJNG controlled the whole of Tijuana, and Peso Pluma had just praised their rival, El Chapo of the Sinaloa cartel. And to make it even worse, Peso was from Jalisco, also known as a CJNG home state. Now they saw his Sinaloa shout-out as the ultimate betrayal. The threats escalated quickly. First, the banners, messages to his management, and then men showing up at venues, asking questions. Hours before showtime, with fans already gathering at the venue, Peso Pluma does something so many rappers before him hadn't. He listened to the warnings.
Popular Mexican singer postponing several shows because of death threats in one of those concerts.
His team releases a statement citing security concerns. Yeah, the fans were disappointed, but hey, understood. In Mexico, when cartels issue warnings, you listen. Or you end up like Chalino, Yossi, and Lefty. The cancellation cost Peso Pluma millions in ticket sales, but you can't put a price on life. Unlike the narco rappers who came before him, Peso Pluma read the room. He postponed his entire Mexican tour and quietly left the country. No defiant last performance, and definitely not choosing pride over survival. The CJNG made their point, and Peso Pluma, hey, got the message. Today, he's still performing worldwide, but carefully avoids certain Mexican cities. His Spotify numbers keep climbing, but his lyrics have changed. He's no longer doing cartel name drops, and definitely not choosing any side. But while Peso Pluma did outsmart the cartels by canceling a concert, the next person on this list is known across the globe, and he's about to turn an entire industry against one of the most powerful gangs in his country. 1980s Hong Kong International Airport. The Airbus A300 barely touched down when the first bullet punched through the fuselage, and another. Jackie Chan, returning from Hollywood after fleeing death threats, watched as armed triad members surrounded the plane. Oh, they wanted their money, and they wanted it now. Jackie Chan's a man who needs no introduction. But what many don't know is that he's not only celebrated for his remarkable martial arts skills and blockbuster films loved around the world, but also for his courageous stand against organized crime. Jackie Chan was born in Hong Kong on April 7, 1954, and he was immersed in acting from a very young age, eventually becoming a household name in Hong Kong cinema. Yet despite all his success, Jackie found himself increasingly frustrated with the limitations placed on him by the industry, particularly around the time when it was being controlled by various gangs. Chan had his fair share of brush-offs with the Chinese triads throughout his career. They are an organized crime gang with a huge amount of influence over Hong Kong's entertainment industry. And for decades, the triads controlled this industry like puppet masters. Directors had paid protection money, and actors would take whatever roles they were told. But those who refused would usually disappear. Now, Chan has already said no once. That's why he fled to America in the first place.
我就話嚟到現場，先俾5萬佢哋，跟住每日俾5000，臨拆警嗰日就要俾3萬，如果唔係就燒報警。我覺得好離譜啊！嗰啲人嗰啲樣咧仲係。
But now he was back, and the message was clear. Nobody says no to the triads twice. What happens next would change Hong Kong cinema forever. After the airport shooting, Chan made a decision that shocked everyone who knew him. Instead of hiring bodyguards or just fleeing again, he started carrying 3 guns at all time for protection.
From that moment on, I needed to carry a gun every day when I went out.
And his intuition was spot on. 2 weeks later, Chan's eating dinner at a restaurant in Causeway Bay when 20 armed triad members walked in. They surround his table, weapons visible under their jackets. Chan reaches under the table, where he'd hidden 2 pistols. Then he stood up, pulled out a 3rd gun, and told them things had gone too far. The triads weren't used to actors fighting back, especially not with their own weapons.
I'm the first one to say in the newspaper, I hate the bloody gangster.
But Chan wasn't done yet. He knew other actors were getting the same treatment. Entertainers like Maggie Cheung, Joey Wong, and Jackie Cheung, all household names in their own right, were bullied similarly. And the threats were only escalating. So Chan does something unprecedented. He spent $500,000 hiring protection from mainland China, not for himself, but for every peer being threatened. Then he founded the Hong Kong Performing Artists Guild, creating the first organized resistance against triad control of the film industry. The triads had made a critical mistake. They thought Jackie Chan was just another action star playing tough on the screen. But what they didn't realize was that he's been doing his own stunts for years. Real fights, real injuries, and real pain. And unlike his movies, this time there were no retakes. Today, the Hong Kong film industry operates free from triad control, largely thanks to Chan's stand. He managed to turn his real-life fight scene into a movement that protected an entire industry. But while Jackie Chan would fight with guns and organizations, the next entry on this list would face the cartels with nothing but sheer courage and a simple doll. July 21st, 2023, Tamaulipas, Mexico. While millions flocked to theaters for the Barbie movie premiere, Delia Quiroga unveiled her own creation on social media. A Barbie dressed in cargo pants and boots, carrying search equipment and wearing a shirt with a missing person's photo. But this wasn't a movie tie-in, it was a mother's scream for help. The photo of the doll's shirt showed Roberto Quiroga, Delia's brother, who vanished back in 2014. And just like 100,000 other Mexicans who've disappeared, Roberto simply never came home one day. In a country where cartels make people vanish daily, Delia decided to turn a child's toy into a symbol of Mexico's rampant kidnapping epidemic.
Entonces, en ese sentido, pues fue también, ¿no? Para poner el tema sobre la mesa y como un acto de memoria, ¿no? De que
The Barbie Buscadora, meaning Searcher Barbie, went viral within hours. Mothers who'd spent years searching for their children finally saw their struggle reflected in popular culture. This doll carried the tools they knew too well: GPS devices, shovels, and protective gear, survival equipment for mothers forced to become forensic investigators. Every weekend across Mexico, groups of mothers searched fields, dug up unmarked graves, and sifted through bones. They do the job local authorities won't do, looking for any trace of their missing children. Many had found cartel mass graves. Some had found their loved ones, but most find only more questions. And Delia's Barbie captured this horrific new normal. The response split Mexico. Supporters praised Delia for forcing people to confront the crisis. Critics accused her of exploiting tragedy for social media attention. Now, some even said that she was normalizing violence by turning it into a doll. But for Delia, the controversy meant that people were finally talking about the disappeared. The timing was deliberate. As Barbie mania was sweeping the world, Delia managed to hijack the conversation. International media picked up the story. And suddenly, supporters who came to cover a movie are asking about Mexico's missing. The cartels noticed too. In Tamaulipas, drawing attention to the disappeared makes you a target. The state is controlled by warring factions of the Gulf Cartel and Los Zetas. Bodies appear daily, and those who ask questions often join the missing. Delia knew these risks all too well. Other searcher mothers had also been threatened, attacked, and even killed for their activism. But 9 years of searching for Roberto had stripped away her fear. Within weeks, other mothers had created their own searcher Barbies. Each doll wore a photo of someone missing, and together they formed an army of plastic witnesses to Mexico's disappeared. Delia had done what years of protest couldn't. She made the crisis relatable to people who'd never experienced it. Today, Delia continues searching for Roberto, while running support groups for other families. Her searcher Barbie sits on her desk as a reminder that sometimes the most powerful protest comes in the smallest package. May 5th, 1968. Soledad State Prison, California. Danny Trejo sitting in solitary confinement, facing the death penalty for assault. At 24 years old, he'd already spent most of his youth cycling through California's most violent prisons, from San Quentin to Folsom, and now Soledad. But in that cell, something broke inside him, or maybe something finally healed. Trejo's path to this moment started early. First drug deal at age 7, hard drug addiction by the age of 12, and by high school he's stabbing kids in the face with broken bottles. The barrios of LA claimed another child, molding him into exactly what the streets demanded, which was a survivor willing to do just about anything. Inside California's prisons, Trejo found himself surrounded by Mexican mafia members and cartel-connected inmates. In places like these, violence becomes a currency.
If you're going to go to prison, you better make it. There's only two kinds of people in prison. There's predator and prey. That's all. If you don't want to be prey, then pay a predator.
The prison yards were divided by race and gang affiliation, and disrespect usually meant death, but snitching meant worse. Trejo watched inmates get stabbed in the shower, beaten in their cells, and thrown off tiers. He participated in prison riots where the carnage was so severe, guards refused to enter until the violence burned itself out. In his memoir, Trejo describes the constant paranoia he had to deal with as a result.
You could never relax. Every meal, every shower, every walk across the yard, you had to be ready to kill or be killed.
But in that solitary cell in 1968, facing possible execution, Trejo made a desperate bargain with God. If he survived, he would dedicate his life to helping others escape the path he'd taken.
I was taught from a very young age that loyalty runs deep, but so does betrayal. Life on the streets is a game of survival. But in that cell, God killed the old me, made me a new Danny Trejo.
When Trejo got out in 1969, the transformation was real. And instead of returning to the streets, he decided to get clean. His old associates couldn't understand it. This was a guy who survived riots and retaliation hits. And now he's preaching recovery. For 16 years, Trejo worked as a youth counselor, speaking at schools and juvenile halls. He'd show kids his scars, tell them about friends who died in gang wars, and he would describe the reality of prison life.
You know, the minute you're a rapper, the minute you're a performer, you're no longer a damn gangster. You have just turned into a businessman.
Then in 1985, Trejo's life would take yet another unexpected turn. He ends up on a movie set after being asked to help a young actor stay sober. The film was Runaway Train, and they needed someone to train actor Eric Roberts on how to box like a convict. The second Trejo takes off his shirt, revealing a massive tattoo of a woman wearing a sombrero across his chest, ink earned in prison, the director knew he'd found something special. And they offered him a small part. Suddenly, Hollywood's newest tough guy is Danny Trejo. And as he would rise in fame, he would make a single non-negotiable demand. His villains always had to die horribly on screen. He'd played too many real monsters to let fictional ones win. Every contract included this clause: the bad guy loses.
I've buried too many friends who thought life was glamorous.
He explained.
Kids need to see there's no glory in it.
But his fame would also bring some unexpected challenges. His old enemies would recognize him on the street, and some even wanted to test if this Hollywood actor had gone soft. But they learned quickly that while Trejo had changed, he hadn't forgotten who he was. Today, at 80 years old, Trejo has over 400 movie cameos to show for. He owns restaurants, writes children's books, and still counsels addicts. When young actors ask how he plays villains so convincingly, Trejo's answer is very straightforward.
I'm not playing, I'm remembering, and then I make sure they get what they deserve.
But Danny Trejo isn't the only person on this list who goes from dealing with shady cartels to being at the top of their game. In fact, this next person was catapulted into global fame after a single terrifying encounter. May 24th, 2000, outside a house in Queens, New York, a grandmother tends to her garden. Her grandson, Curtis Jackson, is sitting nearby. In seconds, 9 bullets would tear through his body. Yet somehow, Curtis survives and goes on to become one of the most recognizable names in hip-hop. An entertainer better known as 50 Cent. Now before this shooting, Curtis Jackson was just another kid from Queens, trying to make it in rap. Growing up in South Jamaica's rough streets, he lived with his grandmother after his mother was murdered when he was 8. Ever since then, music and hustling became his way out. By 2000, he'd caught the attention of Jam Master Jay and was about to release his first single, How to Rob, a song that mocked big-name rappers. But someone else had noticed him too. 50 Cent had grown up in Queens, right? Where Kenneth Supreme McGriff's drug empire controlled everything. The Supreme Team gang had hundreds of gang members, moving drugs throughout all 5 boroughs of New York. And in Queens, McGriff's word was law. Now, McGriff ran his organization like a corporation. Anyone threatening his business ended up dead. So when 50's lyrics started hitting too close to home, McGriff decided to send a message. He wanted to show what happened to people who spoke about his operations, even in songs. That May afternoon started normally for the Jackson family.
Right behind me is my grandmother's home. I came out like 12 o'clock in the afternoon, May 24th. She was bent over, actually, planting flowers in the garden, and I walked over here to sit next.
But then everything exploded into violence.
Car pulled up on the side of us. A guy got out the passenger seat of that car, came around behind it, and shot through the actual car.
9 bullets hit 50 at close range, in his hand, arm, hip, both legs, chest, and left cheek. 1 bullet lodged so close to his jaw that it permanently affected his voice, giving him that slurred speech he's known for today.
Oh, you know, it's a life-threatening situation. It's just not. I've seen people go into the hospital under circumstances that were way less intense and not come out.
Against all odds, 50 Cent survived, and people started calling him superhuman.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt as much as people imagine it hurts because of your adrenaline and how the shock of what's actually going on, it hurts after.
The police and media pressed him to name names, but 50 stayed silent. Instead of seeking revenge, he channels everything into his music.
I got tired of, in the recovery process, I got tired of being afraid.
Recovery takes 5 months. 50 learns how to walk again, but he also learns something else, how to turn pain into power. He starts writing with new intensity. His mixtapes caught Eminem's attention, leading to $1 million deal. Songs like In the Club and Candy Shop top charts worldwide. And the rest is hip-hop history.
Well, I don't know what the criteria are for street credibility. Or
That's
if
it.
If there's something that creates more merit for you. I looked at that experience as something that was unfortunate.
Today, 50's building an empire spanning TV shows, movies, and business ventures. The shooting that was meant to end his career only made him stronger. And as for McGriff, well, he's serving life in prison. He didn't just fail to kill 50 Cent that day. In doing so, he accidentally created a legend.
Dog, it's fucking raining outside.
20 accidents, 7 levels. I spent hours compiling some of the most disturbing accidents ever caught on survival shows. We'll start with some unsettling biting incidents and go deeper into accidents so horrifying you'll question if they're real. So, let's start at the tip of this iceberg. Level 1. Primal Survivor. In 2022, while filming an Amazon segment for the show Primal Survivor, host and survival instructor Hazen Odell felt a sharp sting on his foot. And what happened next was what he described as the most pain he's ever experienced. The moment happened while Hazen was snorkeling and working his way back upstream against the current. Since the water was shallow, he was pushing himself forward by stepping along the sandy riverbed. That's when he unknowingly stepped on a stingy creature buried under the sand. Hazen suddenly felt a sharp puncture from behind his foot, and he immediately recognized what it was: a stingray. Freshwater stingrays often hide this way for protection, and when something presses on them, they strike right upward with their tail. And this one had driven 2 serrated bone barbs into his foot, and each of those barbs was roughly 2 to 3 inches long. The strike injects venom along with mucus from the ray's tail, which causes intense pain and increased risks of infection.
Out of everything that's ever happened to me in my life, I will say this is the most pain I've ever experienced in my life. Like, nothing is comfortable. It just feels like the bones of my feet are literally melting.
So within minutes, Hazen's wound started bleeding heavily. But instead of stopping it, Hazen intentionally allowed it to bleed. Now, it might seem strange, but letting the wound flush itself can actually help push out venom and mucus. Crew members came over to check the injury and confirmed that no piece of the barb had broken off inside the wound. Unfortunately, about 10 to 30 minutes later, the venom started taking effect. The pain began radiating up his leg while his body started shaking from the intensity of the venom. To manage the pain, the team used hot water.
So, thank goodness I have these people around to help. That you can see the slime is still coming out, and the heat helps. It's just a distraction, if anything, from the pain. But
while Hazen rested and treated the wound on site, the injury remained painful for hours. He recovered without lasting damage and later shared the story in behind-the-scenes videos to explain how dangerous hidden river wildlife can be.
first and foremost, I love animals. It's why I'm here. I also have to live off the environment and live off of what I know about. So I have a little bit of mixed emotions. Just like everything
Fun little fact, I have actually kissed a live stingray's barb for what I was told by a guide was good luck. The unexpected arrow. On day 4 of filming for Alone Season 11, contestant Cubby Hoover was walking through dense Arctic brush near Inuvik when something went wrong with his gear. The season was being filmed inside the Arctic Circle on the remote Gwich'in land. Like every contestant on the show, Cubby had been dropped off alone with only 10 survival items, and one of those was a bow with 10 arrows.
There is no camera crew. There's no support system. I'm completely alone.
People go in one way and they come out entirely different.
This is the most difficult survival challenge in the world.
During the first few days, he scouted the area, searched for water, and started building a shelter. By day 4, Cubby was pushing deeper into the woods looking for game. The brush was thick, visibility was maybe 5, and moving through it meant constantly forcing branches aside. And somewhere during that bushwhack, one of the arrows from his quiver slipped loose, and he didn't notice it fall. But seconds later, as he stepped forward, his leg came down directly onto it. The broad head of the razor-sharp hunting tip drove straight into the bend of his right thigh, and the arrow went roughly 4 inches deep.
Arrow in the leg. It slipped out of my quiver, and I just stepped right into it and went right at the bend of my leg. Man.
Ha! Just thinking about that. No thank you. His camera caught the moment, and Cubby was left screaming in pain. But the reality was that the arrow in his leg was dangerously close to his femoral artery, meaning he didn't have much time. So instead of panicking, he switched into survival mode. First, he cut open his pants to have a clear idea of the wound. Then he carefully rotated the arrow so that the blades wouldn't tear more muscle on the way out. And then slowly, he pulled it free. He then quickly wrapped the injury with his emergency compression bandage and limped back toward the camp. At first, he tried to convince himself he could keep going, but the more he looked at the wound, the clearer its severity became. The puncture was deep, his movement was already getting worse, and infection in that environment could turn fatal fast. So, a few hours later, Cubby reached for his satellite phone and tapped out.
There's no way I can stay. 4 days. That's it. Hey, it's Cubby. I got an arrow in my leg, and so I guess I'm officially tapping out.
The medical team evacuated him that same evening and treated the injury at a hospital. Luckily, the artery wasn't hit, and he eventually recovered. The cliff tragedy. In the island with Bear Grylls, a group of ordinary people was dropped on a remote island and left to survive for 6 weeks with almost nothing but a bit of sanity. With no one to help and obviously no food deliveries, the situation had started to wear everyone down. By the 4th week, the men's camp was struggling to secure a steady supply of food, and the biggest problem was hunger. So the group decided to try something risky. They sent 2 people on a long coastal expedition to search for food along the shoreline. One of them was Patrick Dauncey, a 19-year-old student who had volunteered to help. The route looked like ridges and rocky ledges carved out by the ocean. Every section required careful footing, especially with waves spraying the rocks and making them slippery. Still, they kept moving forward. He climbed along a narrow ridge using his hands to balance as he stepped across the uneven rocks. But then his foot slipped, and there was no time to grab anything. One second he was standing on the ridge, the next he dropped straight off the edge roughly 20 to 30 feet into the rocks below. The impact was brutal. He landed flat on his back in a narrow ditch between the rocks. For a moment, everything went quiet. The others above him froze as they stared down, fearing the worst. A fall like that can easily break a neck or spine. and Patrick was barely moving. However, a minute or so later, he lifted his arms and then his legs. This was the first sign he might still be okay. Now, it was important to get him out of there in time, so the group rushed down the slope and pulled him toward a small cove to get him away from the rising tide. Patrick complained about pain in his leg, but he was still conscious and talking. Even so, the risk was too high to ignore. The safety team was called, and within hours, Patrick was evacuated from the island and flown to a mainland hospital for scans. Surprisingly, the CT results showed no fractures and no internal damage. And after a fall that easily could have ended the entire experiment, he walked away with nothing more than a few bruises. Level 2. First day hit. On March 1st, 2023, the premiere episode of Survivor Season 44 opened with the usual chaos of the first challenge in the Mamanuca Islands. But before the first day was even over, one contestant was already out of the game. It was Bruce Perrault, a 46-year-old insurance agent from Warwick. Like the other 17 players, he had just arrived and was assigned to the Tika tribe. The first big moment of the game came in the form of the opening challenge. It required players to crawl through thick mud under low wooden beams to grab and move their tribe forward. Bruce jumped in without hesitation. As he rushed forward, he dove under one of the wooden beams with full momentum. But the clearance was lower than it looked. Instead of sliding under it cleanly, the top of his head slammed straight into the beam.
Brandon hits the mud first.
Oh!
There goes Matt.
Bruce immediately felt the hit, but in the middle of the challenge, adrenaline took over. He kept moving and finished his part anyway. At first, it seemed like he had just taken a rough knock. Then people noticed the blood. A deep cut had opened on his scalp and blood was pouring down his face. Still, Bruce insisted he was fine and walked back to the tribe mat, but a few moments later, things got worse. He became dizzy, staggered on the beach, and then collapsed. That's when host Jeff Probst stepped in and called for medical attention. The medical team rushed over, cleaned the wound, wrapped his head, and even gave him oxygen while checking for signs of concussion. Surprisingly, after the initial treatment, Bruce was allowed to return to camp with his tribe, and for a few hours it looked like the crisis had passed. However, later that day, the headaches started getting stronger. He struggled to focus, became lethargic, and the symptoms clearly weren't improving. The tribe called the medical team again, and this time, the decision was final. That night, Bruce was pulled from the game and evacuated by boat to a hospital for scans and monitoring. Thankfully, the CT revealed no brain damage or internal bleeding, and doctors confirmed that the symptoms were caused by a concussion. Bruce was treated and monitored until he fully recovered.
You know, I got a CT scan, and they determined that everything was perfectly fine. They kept me for observation for about another 6 hours, and then I was able to go back to Ponderosa.
However, the story didn't end there. Later, in 2023, Jeff Probst invited Bruce back to compete again on Survivor Season 45, and this time, he actually got to play the game he had waited so long for, and finished in 12th place. Come on, Bruce. Us 40-year-olds need to know our limits. Naked and Afraid. For the special 14-day challenge on Naked and Afraid, two contestants, Gabrielle Balasone and Jonathan Short, were allowed to bring just one personal tool. Ironically, that survival tool would end up causing the biggest problem. Like every pair on the show, they arrived with almost nothing. Jonathan's personal item was duct tape, while Gabrielle brought a machete that her father had given her, which in the long run did seem like a practical choice. During the first day, the pair managed the basics like fire, a rough shelter, and a plan to improve things. But by the second day, they needed stronger materials, and that meant cutting trees for better support poles. So Gabrielle started swinging the machete, and soon Jonathan switched places with her. And that's when things went south. Now, one important detail is that in the thick outdoor conditions, chopping wood isn't as glamorous as Hollywood has made it seem. The angle, grip, or even a small shift in footing can throw the blade off, and during one swing, the machete slipped.
There you go. You're getting some good wax. Damn.
What the fuck happened?
You okay, Jonathan?
Not good.
Instead of striking the wood, the blade came straight down across his own hand, and it sliced deeply through his left thumb and index finger. The cut was so severe that even the bone was visible almost immediately. Blood hit the ground fast, and Jonathan instantly knew something was seriously wrong. He shouted for help while Gabrielle rushed over. A medic was called to the scene. After examining the wound, he confirmed the damage was serious, and the major concern was that he might have cut a vein. The clear recommendation was evacuation to a hospital for further treatment, but Jonathan refused. Gabrielle, I don't know if you want to be on a team with this guy. Just gonna say, doesn't seem like he's making the best decisions. He insisted he could continue, so the medic cleaned the wound, wrapped the hand tightly, and gave him antibiotics. At that point, it looked like he might push through, except the environment wasn't helping. Over the next few days, the injury kept getting worse. The swelling increased, the fingers started going numb, and simple survival tasks became almost impossible. And eventually, the reality caught up with him. Around day 5, the pain and loss of hand function forced Jonathan to tap out and accept medical evacuation. He later received proper treatment, leaving permanent scars, but no long-term disability. Extreme heat evacuation. During filming of Survivor Kaohsiung in Kaohsiung, contestants were already dealing with extreme conditions, but on day 9, the heat pushed one challenge far past its limit. One of the players caught in it was Caleb Reynolds, a former U.S. Army veteran from Hopkinsville. By that point in the game, the castaways were already worn down. Food was scarce, sleep was limited, and dehydration was a constant. Still, the tribes arrived for a reward challenge that initially looked pretty simple. They had to dig through sand pits, find bags of balls, and carry them through a series of obstacles. However, the problem was the almost unlivable environment. Temperatures were pushing well above 115 degrees, and the humidity made it even harder to cool down. What was supposed to be a quick challenge stretched well over an hour as players struggled to dig through the heavy sand. Still, Caleb kept pushing through it. He dug harder, moved faster, and kept going as the heat started catching up to him. Eventually, his tribe managed to win the reward of ice cream and cookies. For a moment, it looked like the effort had paid off, but then things went south. Just minutes after the challenge ended, Caleb suddenly collapsed into the sand. At first, people thought he had simply passed out from exhaustion, but within seconds, it became clear this was something far worse. Jeff Probst immediately called for medical help as Caleb lay on the ground, barely responsive. And this is where the situation escalated fast. His skin began turning purple and his body temperature spiked to around 107 degrees, which is a level doctors generally consider life-threatening. He was struggling to respond while the medical team rushed in with oxygen, ice packs, and IV fluids. During all of this, 2 other contestants, Debbie Weiner and Sydney Gillen, also collapsed nearby from the heat, turning the challenge area into an emergency treatment zone. Doctors worked quickly to stabilize all 3 contestants, but Caleb's heat stroke was too severe for him to remain in the game. Shortly after, he was airlifted by helicopter to a hospital in Phnom Penh, where he was kept in the ICU for 5 days. However, he did recover with no permanent damage and returned for the Survivors Game Changers Season 34, getting placed 15th. Level 3. Jonathan Penner's injury. Day 13 in Survivor Micronesia Fans vs. Favorites should have been just another challenge. The Irai tribe was chasing bags, diving, and scrambling for the reward. But in one sudden moment, actor Jonathan Penner's game changed forever. It was the cat and mouse challenge, where contestants had to chase, tackle, and secure maximum bags to earn a barbecue reward. Jonathan lunged for a bag in the water and instantly felt a sharp puncture ripping into his knee. He tried to push through the pain with adrenaline, carrying him to finish his turn, and his tribe celebrated, but Jonathan knew something wasn't right. Back at the camp, the wound didn't improve. A medic came in to dress the wound, but the unsanitary environment and hidden debris in the puncture allowed infection to take hold quickly. Within a day, his knee swelled, turned red, and began oozing pus. He tried to hide the severity, not wanting to appear weak or jeopardize his tribe's chances, but the pain worsened. His movement became limited and a fever set in. It was clear that this was no longer a minor injury. By day 15, the infection had escalated to a point where the medical team determined that Jonathan's life and limb were at risk. Reluctantly, he agreed to the evacuation. Jonathan was taken by boat to a hospital where doctors removed debris, treated the infection with antibiotics, and monitored him to prevent sepsis. The evacuation ended Jonathan's game in 15th place, but it likely saved him from serious complications. He eventually recovered fully, returned stronger for Survivor Philippines, and used his prior experience to help advocate for player safety. Trying to advocate for player safety after you're like, no, don't take me out of the game, I'm fine, and there's like pus oozing from your purple swollen knee. Okay. The Samoa collapse. It was day 15 of Survivor Samoa. Players were already drenched by relentless rain and exhaustion, with mud sticking to everything. That morning, the tribes lined up for the combined reward and immunity challenge, a blindfolded obstacle where giant balls had to be pushed through a maze. Russell Swan, the leader of the Galu tribe, was at the front, shouting instructions and driving himself forward. But then, halfway through, he staggered, slumped onto the puzzle table, and collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't seen it coming. However, once we reviewed footage from the first 2 weeks, it made sense. Russell had been giving his A-game since day one. He was constantly rebuilding shelters, gathering firewood, and keeping the ground organized, all while barely stopping to rest. The combination of heavy rain, minimal food, and little water intake had quietly pushed him to the edge. And on this day, his body finally gave out. The challenge halted immediately. Jeff Probst called in the medical team. The medics confirmed what we feared. Russell was severely dehydrated. His blood pressure was critically low, and his heart rate had dropped to 68 beats per minute. At this stage, one wrong move could have been catastrophic. Russell briefly gained consciousness and everyone breathed a little easier, only for him to faint again while trying to sit up. Oxygen, IV fluids, and electrolytes were rushed in. Jeff stayed close while trying to reassure the rest of the members, but in reality, he too was shocked, as he later admitted. This was one of the scariest moments in Survivor history. The medical decision was clear. Russell had to be transported off the island for intensive care. Over the following days, fluid and rest stabilized him, and he eventually made a full recovery. I know some of these folks on Survivor, like, it's a contest. You want to push yourself as hard as you can to stay in the game, but it's a long game, so you need to kind of meter it out like a marathon. You don't start and continue a marathon at a full sprint. You gotta pace yourself. I guess that's my advice for any of you who end up on Survivor. A wild close call. On day 27 of Naked and Afraid XL Season 7, survivalist EJ Snyder was working in the Louisiana swamps when a simple step turned into one of the worst injuries the show has seen. The season was filmed in the Atchafalaya Basin, which is known for deep water, sharp debris, insects, and thick vegetation. That day, EJ was trying to clear water lilies from a fishing area. To reach the spot, he stepped onto a willow branch that stretched across the swamp about 12 feet above the water. It looked stable enough to walk across, but halfway over, the branch suddenly snapped. EJ dropped straight down into the murky water below. However, the fall itself wasn't that much of a big deal. The real problem was the broken branch and debris hidden under the surface. When he landed, one of those sharp pieces pierced straight into his groin.
Try to castrate me! Son of a swamp! You!
EJ quickly climbed out of the water, and as soon as he looked down, he knew it was bad. Multiple deep cuts had opened across his scrotum, with one
Fuck. Man, this nigga nearly took out his own balls, boy. You nearly castrated yourself, boy. Fuck, bro. Oh, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
one tear splitting the tissue in two places to the point that EJ recalled seeing what the insides looked like.
What does it look like?
It's like a little brain-looking thing.
Really?
If I could...
So monkey brains is an accurate description.
Probably.
In a normal environment, that kind of injury would already require urgent medical care. In a swamp full of bacteria and contaminated water, the risk was a little worse. So the medic examined the wound and warned of possible loss of tissue or even sepsis. The safest option was to leave the challenge and go to a hospital. But EJ made a different decision. Instead of tapping out, he asked the medic to stitch the wound on site. The procedure was done in the field with 8 stitches placed directly into the torn tissue without anesthesia while he remained fully conscious. For the next several days, he was ordered to stay out of the water and limit movement, and despite not following those instructions very well, the wound eventually healed without any infection or threat to EJ's lineage. Just remember to say no if EJ asks if you want to see his scar. The incidents so far were dangerous, but in the coming levels, survival isn't guaranteed. So subscribe and buckle up. Level 4, Island Aftermath. After months of planning, filming, and surviving the harsh conditions of Survivor Millennials vs. Gen X, Sunday Burquest had made it through the islands of Fiji. But the danger only increased the moment the game ended. While competing, Sunday had brushed off a small bug bite on her elbow. At the time, it seemed like just another nuisance among the dozens of bites every contestant endured.
I got a bug bite the day I was right before we got on the boat to come home. And by the time I got to Minnesota, my elbow was swollen, from here to here, red and hot. And 2 days later, I was delirious and I could hear myself not making sense, and I ended up with 104 fever in the hospital with a staph infection.
She finished the season, packed her bags, and prepared for the long journey home, unaware of what was quietly brewing beneath her skin. The first real sign came at the airport. Her arm felt hot, swollen, and stiff. She dismissed it at first, blaming it on the travel fatigue and long hours she'd spent in the sun. But as the 12-hour flight to Los Angeles progressed, the swelling worsened, creeping from her elbow toward her forearm. By the time she landed and waited for her connecting flight to Minnesota, her arm was noticeably big, red, and tender to the touch. The situation escalated quickly once she arrived home. She immediately went to get checked and was prescribed antibiotics, but the infection didn't respond. By the end, she had a fever of 104.5 degrees Fahrenheit, slurred speech, and even difficulty walking straight. Doctors couldn't figure out what was causing it until she mentioned her Survivor exposure and the conditions she endured on the island. The next day, emergency surgical intervention became necessary. 2 procedures were performed to drain the infection and prevent it from settling into the joint or the bone. And Sunday had to stay in the hospital for about a week before she was discharged with no permanent damage. However, 5 years after her Survivor experience and following battles with 2 cancers, Sunday passed away in April 2021. icy survival toll. The Naked and Afraid segment we saw before was shot in South Africa, where the conditions, while harsh, were not very extreme. This challenge, however, took place in the Montana Rockies, where the temperature dropped below zero, and in the middle of the frozen wilderness were Sarah Salmond and her partner, Dave Tucker, barefoot, naked, and very much exposed to constant snow, ice, and freezing ground.
On the eastern edge of North America's Continental Divide, looming over Montana's untamed wilderness at 6,300 feet.
From the first steps, the cold was relentless. They had to keep moving just to stay alive. And they did try to make shoes from the fur they were given, but they only lasted a while before the snow got in. Now, scientifically speaking, standing barefoot on ice can quickly lead to frostbite, but if you stay on ice for long, it can cause numbness, loss of sensation, and permanent tissue damage. And with each step, Sarah was getting closer to that outcome.
I'm cold, and I don't want to be cold tonight. The temperature's only going to drop. Firewood is definitely our #1 priority today. I can't feel my feet. I'm in a lot of pain and I'm really cold.
Her feet grew numb and sharp stabbing pains set in. By day 3, the damage was so severe that continuing the challenge became impossible. She tapped out, ending her time in the Rockies earlier than planned.
I can't stay here anymore. I'm in a lot of pain and I'm really cold. I'm not really confident in myself.
I'm really cold right
making
now.
it through the challenge. So I think it's better for me to leave.
However, the consequences didn't end there. Once back in civilization, the lasting effects were clear. Testing confirmed permanent nerve damage to the soles of both feet. Sarah experienced chronic numbness that affected her balance and everyday activities. The public first learned about the injury when the episode aired in May 2020, and discussions on social media began highlighting the physical toll of Naked and Afraid. Fans and viewers quickly understood that what looks like a short stint on TV can have irreversible consequences. Risk and Run. Australian Survivor Champions vs. Contenders 2 pushed contestants to extremes in Fiji, and for Ross Clark Jones, one challenge changed everything. The 53-year-old professional big wave surfer had built a reputation for being the big man, the one who isn't afraid of anything. But on day 28, during a multi-stage immunity obstacle course, that courage collided with unexpected danger. The challenge required running across stepping poles, swinging on ropes, and building ladders under tight time pressure. While swinging over a ditch like Tarzan, the rope Ross was relying on snapped. He fell awkwardly into the below, and his left ankle bore the brunt of the impact. Screams echoed across the course.
Stop! All right, stop the challenge. Medic. Okay.
Going to take him off the playing field. We're going to go and have him examined properly.
On-site medics rushed in, confirming severe swelling and a possible fracture with ligament disruption. Ross couldn't continue. He was taken off the challenge and eventually returned to the beach on crutches. However, his tribe went on to win immunity without him.
Ross has sustained a broken ankle.
No.
Broken. Medical team has advised that he cannot continue in the game.
Oh my god. No.
For Ross, the game ended there, but his struggle had only just started. Once back in Australia, surgery was required to stabilize the ankle with pins. It was followed by months in a moon boot and intensive physiotherapy. And recovery didn't seem like a long shot. However, the injury caused permanent syndesmosis disruption, which basically means that the ligaments holding the bone and the ankle together were damaged. And the worst of all was that because of this, surfing, his professional career, and the sponsorships all vanished almost overnight.
I've had a couple of bad injuries actually. Broke my neck and broke my back, but never broken a bone. I was fine, literally. I thought I was fine.
Yeah, you thought you were fine.
No, you have to think you're fine.
By 2020, Ross publicly claimed the injury ruined his life, so he filed a lawsuit against the production company Endemol Shine Australia. The case settled out of court in 2022, though we believe no settlement can ever erase the lasting effects of the injury. Level 5. Survivor Man crash. In July 2015, Les Stroud was traveling across the Mongolian grasslands after nearly 10 hours of non-stop off-roading when his journey came to a sudden halt for a reason no one expected. The trip was part of filming for Survivor Man. Les and the small crew were moving through extremely remote terrain in a caravan of 4 vehicles heading toward a new film location. The roads were rough and mostly unmarked, so long stretches of slow, exhausting driving were normal. But late in the journey, one of the Land Cruisers hit trouble.
And it was a bizarre time to begin with. I think it was a national holiday, so every single vehicle was rented. It was a weird time. So we picked up this Land Cruiser, and right away it's like something's wrong with the steering wheel, right? So
at roughly 50 miles per hour, the vehicle suddenly skidded sideways across the ground. According to Les, it slid for about 25 feet before rolling over twice. Camera gear and backpacks flew across the cabin while the vehicle flipped, and when it finally stopped, the car had landed upright again. For those inside the vehicle, the first response was to check for injury. Les immediately tried moving his fingers and toes to confirm his spine wasn't damaged. That was the first relief, but he was still in serious pain. The crew doctor examined him at the scene and quickly found multiple injuries. Both his shoulders had been dislocated, which the doctor popped back into place right there. He also had 3 broken ribs, torn chest muscles, and a concussion.
I've never seen anything like that before in my life. So all I saw was the glass coming at my face, and I thought, my shoulder or my head? It was when we first hit, because it was a hard hit. Bam.
However, the biggest blow was yet to come. Later scans showed a punctured and partially collapsed lung. Normally, an air evacuation would be the fastest option, but the local team ran into a problem. The helicopters in the region didn't have enough fuel available for an emergency pickup, so the only way left was the road, a 14-hour drive back across the same rough terrain to reach the nearest hospital. Every bump made his broken ribs and injured chest even worse. After initial scans in a nearby city, he was stabilized and eventually flown out of Mongolia for full medical treatment.
We still don't know to this day, and we'll never know what actually happened. Did the driver fall asleep? I don't think so. He was a good guy. Maybe he did, though. We were all exhausted.
The injuries forced production to shut down early, canceling the final 2 planned episodes in Mongolia. The Jungle Viper. So far, we've seen contestants getting brutally injured on the Naked and Afraid show, but in March 2013, a producer got down with the most brutal and weird injury of his life. Executive producer Steve Rankin and crew were scouting locations in Costa Rica for the filming of Naked and Afraid. They had already walked several miles, checking water sources, survival spots, and emergency helicopter landing areas. While stepping over a fallen tree, Steve suddenly felt a sharp stabbing pain in his foot. A fer-de-lance had struck through his boot. The species is known as one of the most dangerous snakes in Central America, and its venom is particularly destructive. Within minutes, the toxin began attacking tissue around the bite. Pain surged up his leg as swelling spread rapidly. The crew had to carry Steve roughly 2 miles through dense jungle back to their vehicle. From there, they drove to a nearby lodge where a rescue helicopter had been arranged for emergencies. Despite hurrying, Steve reached a hospital in San Jose roughly 2 hours after the bite, and the damage was already severe. Doctors observed rapid necrosis, which is basically tissue death caused by the venom destroying cells and blood vessels. Parts of the wound had begun to decay so quickly that bone was becoming visible.
Left foot had begun to necrotize, so it was just decaying. It smelt of death.
Emergency treatment started immediately. Doctors administered antivenom and began surgical debridement, a procedure where dead tissue is cut away to stop the damage from spreading further. But even with treatment, the recovery was long. Over the following year, Steve underwent multiple surgeries, including additional debridements and skin grafts taken from his thigh to repair the destroyed tissue on his foot. The bite left permanent scarring and lasting sensitivity. Despite how close the injury came to requiring amputation, Steve eventually recovered and returned to work, continuing his role on the show that had taken him into that jungle in the first place. I would imagine wearing much thicker boots. Level 6. Survivor Bulgaria Challenge. On May 30th, 2009, during the filming of Survivor Bulgaria, contestant Noncho Vodenicherov collapsed shortly after completing a physical challenge. The season was filmed at Goda Beach Resort, where 24 contestants competed in the survival-based competition. Noncho, who was 53 at the time, wasn't just another participant. In fact, back in Bulgaria, he was the mayor of the town of Radnevo, and he had also had a background as a stuntman and performer. Before filming began, he had undergone the standard medical screening required for contestants and been cleared to compete. For the first 2 weeks of the game, everything seemed normal. He participated in challenges, attended tribal councils, and remained in the competition while several other contestants were voted out. Then came day 14. After finishing a physically demanding challenge, Noncho suddenly collapsed. Witnesses said he clutched his chest before falling to the ground. Medical staff rushed in immediately. Both Filipino and Bulgarian doctors working on the production began emergency resuscitation efforts on the beach. They attempted to revive him for roughly 15 to 20 minutes, but the attempts were unsuccessful. The cause was determined to be cardiac arrest. Noncho Vodenicherov was pronounced dead shortly afterward, making it one of the most shocking incidents to occur during the filming of a Survivor franchise. The cast and crew had just watched a fellow contestant collapse and die in front of them. Production stopped for the day as everyone processed what had happened. Meanwhile, news of the death quickly spread back to Bulgaria. In Radnevo, local authorities declared several days of mourning for their mayor. And despite the tragedy, filming resumed shortly afterward, and the season eventually aired later that year. However, once it was released, the backlash was intense. Viewers were appalled at the fact that the show's production not only continued filming, but also broadcast the death of a man on TV. The decision sparked debates about the ethics and safety standards of reality TV and left a lasting mark on the Survivor franchise and its global audience. Chase Me. It was just after 1:45 a.m. in Ningbo, China, when things went horribly wrong on the set of Chase Me. Godfrey Gao, the 35-year-old Taiwanese-Canadian actor and model, had been running non-stop through an obstacle course as part of the show's intense nighttime challenge. He had already been filming for up to 17 hours straight. In the middle of the run, Godfrey slowed and muttered, "I can't keep going," and then he collapsed. The cameras kept rolling as crew members and on-set medics rushed to his side, and the chaos immediately unfolded in real time. Despite their efforts, he was unresponsive. Medics worked tirelessly for nearly 3 hours performing CPR and other emergency interventions before he was transported to a nearby hospital. And there, he was pronounced dead at around 4:45 a.m. from sudden cardiac arrest. At 35, in peak physical condition, the death stunned everyone, especially the cast members who witnessed it firsthand. And the immediate aftermath was chaos. Shaoshong Television and Godfrey's agency, Jetstar Entertainment, quickly issued statements expressing sorrow and acknowledging the cardiac arrest. Restricted footage of the collapse leaked online, and social media erupted with grief and outrage. Many criticized the show's extreme production schedule and late-night physical demands, pointing out that filming conditions had pushed contestants far beyond safe limits. I mean, I know it's a challenge show, but you still have to actually have some safety standards. Godfrey's body was taken back to Taiwan after embalming in Hangzhou, and a private Buddhist funeral was held in mid-December 2019. The tragedy triggered international discussion about safety standards in high-intensity reality competitions, especially those that push participants to exhaustion. While no lawsuits or formal investigations were reported, the incident forced producers and audiences to reconsider how far reality competitions could push human limits. The ocean's deadliest. It's level 6, and we're back with stingrays again. It feels like a full circle moment, only that this time, the outcome was very different. On September 4th, 2006, at Bat Reef, off the coast of Queensland, Australia, Steve Irwin, the 44-year-old wildlife expert known globally as the Crocodile Hunter, was filming a short underwater segment for Ocean's Deadliest. He and cameraman Justin Lyons were observing a short-tailed stingray in shallow water when the unexpected happened. Steve tried to approach the stingray from behind, but the animal felt threatened by his presence and reacted defensively. Its venomous, serrated tail barb struck Steve in the chest, delivering fatal trauma within seconds. The attack was so rapid and powerful that it punctured his heart and lungs. Immediate blood loss and cardiac arrest followed, and the crew was left in shock. They quickly pulled Steve to the inflatable boat, but in the process, Steve inadvertently worsened the bleeding by removing the barb himself. As he grew unresponsive, crew members performed CPR while a nearby nurse, Enid Trail, arrived to help with a defibrillator and resuscitation. Despite their efforts, Steve's condition remained the same. And then, merely minutes after the attack, at around 12:53 p.m., he was pronounced dead. News of Steve's death spread worldwide, leaving fans, media, and conservationists in shock. Terry Irwin and their children, Bindi and Robert, were devastated, and the footage Justin captured was destroyed at the family's request. He was buried privately at Australia Zoo on September 9th, with a public memorial soon after, as tributes focused on his lasting impact in wildlife conservation. Now, his family carries on his work through Australia Zoo and Wildlife Warriors, honoring him annually on Steve Irwin Day. Heli-logging. September 16th, 2013 began like any other day in the Willamette National Forest in Oregon. Bart Colantuono, a 54-year-old veteran helicopter pilot with over 19,000 flight hours and a familiar face from Axemen, prepared his 1962 Bell UH-1B Iroquois for a routine log lifting operation.
Because it is so intense, it is so dangerous, it is so fast-paced. At any moment, you can make a mistake and cause somebody serious injury.
Transporting heavy logs from a remote cutting site to the log deck is a precise, physically demanding task, highly dependent on a flawless mechanical performance. Around 3:40 p.m., as Bart lifted a load, a sharp snapping sound from the helicopter's upper tail boom attachment points rang out. He reacted immediately and released the logs electronically. He had been doing that for years, and it worked every single time, but this time, the release could not prevent the cascading failure. Within seconds, both tail boom attachments failed completely, causing the tail section to detach. The helicopter immediately lost stability. It began to invert, rolling forward into a rapid, uncontrolled spin. Bart was trapped in the cockpit as the aircraft tumbled upside down. The rotors struck the ground, twisting the fuselage and making it impossible to recover. And the whole sequence unfolded in mere seconds. The helicopter impacted the ground at high velocity, crushing the fuselage and delivering blunt force trauma to Bart's head and upper body, and he died on impact. Emergency responders later confirmed that death was instantaneous, as the structural collapse of the aircraft left no room for survival.
A pilot who appeared on a popular national TV show died when his helicopter went down in Lynn County. The chopper crash was breaking news last night right here on the 5 o'clock news.
Bart's crash underscored the fragility of even the most routine heli-logging operations. Years of mechanical wear, overdue inspections, and fatigue in critical components created conditions where a single lift could turn fatal.
There's great concern for the family of the deceased and all of his co-workers and friends.
The investigation confirmed tail boom failure as the primary cause, with contributing factors including the helicopter's age and maintenance history. Level 7. Bering Sea Tragedy. You think you know the dangers of crab fishing, but then something happens that makes it painfully real. On February 26, 2021, aboard the crab fishing boat FV Patricia Lee, Todd Kochetin, a 30-year-old deckhand, learned just how unforgiving the Bering Sea can be.
The 250-mile-wide storm barrels out of the Arctic and onto the Bering Sea, colliding with warmer waters spawned in the south, fueling the gale's powerful 60-knot winds and 20-foot seas.
Todd was in the middle of a standard crab pot operation. The wind was howling, waves slamming against the deck, and the crew was focused on getting the heavy metal cages secured, which aren't small traps. They're 800 pounds of solid steel swinging on winches and cables, unforgiving in rough seas.
Try to do what I can and try to keep fishing, keep the boat fishing.
And then it happened. One of the crab pots swung unexpectedly and hit Todd with devastating force. There was no one at fault, not any human error, just the sheer weight of the equipment combined with the chaos of the stormy deck. The impact crushed him and left severe internal injuries that couldn't be overcome. Medics rushed to help, the crew radioed for evacuation, but despite every effort, Todd died on board. The news spread across the Bering Sea fleet like wildfire. Captains who had worked with him before were visibly shaken and struggling to process it.
It doesn't take much for one of those big heavy steel pots, 788 pounds, to fall over, break an arm, break a leg, break a back. They're more dangerous for you than the wave.
Todd's death wasn't just another accident. He was the last surviving member of his immediate family, making the loss even heavier for those who knew him.
So his whole entire lineage is gone.
Discovery's unaired disaster. It was the early hours of February 10th, 2013 at Poso Rosa Movie Ranch in Acton, California. The crew was preparing for a nighttime sequence for a new military-themed survival show on the Discovery Channel. Among them were Michael Donatelli, a decorated Navy SEAL veteran brought on to showcase elite survival skills, cameraman Darren Rydstrom, and pilot David Gibbs, who operated a Bell 206B Jet Ranger helicopter. Around 3:30 a.m., the helicopter took off for a low-level shot. The plan was to fly close to the terrain to capture dramatic angles for the cameras, but since the sun was not out yet, visibility was limited, so a new interior LED light panel had been installed to illuminate Donatelli for a mounted GoPro. David, the pilot, had noted the glare on previous flights, but proceeded anyway. As the helicopter moved through the valley at about 60 miles per hour, the blinding light impaired David's view. The aircraft pitched down unexpectedly and collided with a ridge slope. The impact was so immediate and catastrophic that all three on board were killed instantly from the fatal blunt force trauma.
A local veteran died in a tragic helicopter crash while shooting a reality TV show out in California.
Now, the FAA is investigating. They have not said what caused this crash. The Discovery Channel released a statement saying they are cooperating fully with authorities. Their thoughts and prayers go out to the families.
Emergency responders from Los Angeles County arrived quickly, but there were no survivors. The ranch fell silent as news spread through the small crew. Production halted instantly, and the network released statements expressing sorrow and cooperation with investigators. Federal authorities, including the NTSB and FAA, launched investigations, and the final report concluded that pilot error, flying in reduced visibility while blinded by the cockpit light, caused the crash. oversight failures from the FAA did contribute, but it was mainly the pilot. Families filed wrongful death lawsuits against Discovery Channel and the production company, citing negligent pilot hiring and insufficient safety measures. And the cases were settled for an undisclosed amount in 2015. The show, which had been working under the working title Lone Operator, was abandoned and never aired.
Mom was telling me the other day that she was worried every time the doorbell rang that they were going to come and tell her, you know, something happened to Michael. My husband was the best thing God ever put on this earth.
And to date, despite never being aired, this remains one of the deadliest helicopter incidents on a U.S. reality TV set. That was the Survivor accidents iceberg, but we did see your comments about a sports TV accidents iceberg, so...
Nah, guys, let's call it a day, y'all. Let's call it a day. I'ma see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna go and sleep, man. It's been your boy, F-double-I. And I'm out.